LoveLore Library. Chapter 99. The thin, middle-aged man's eyes were almost covered in sweat. The others didn't even dare to breathe loudly, clearly afraid of being caught in the crossfire. About 4 months ago. The gray-clothed man chuckled. 4 months ago. That is to say, it took a full 4 months for this matter to be exposed. What were you doing in those 4 months? Lin Gingao, have you been eating shit for 4 months, or have you been eating bewitching pills for food? This kind of matter, from the day Qing Yunqi let his son know, you should have directly dealt with Qing Yunqi. At the very least, you should have dealt with his son. Such a big matter, and you let a teenage child handle it. Not only is Qing Yunqi an idiot, you are even more of an idiot. Discovered. Exposed. Isn't this a very normal thing? How many children can resist showing off when they have power? It took a full 4 months for it to be exposed. The heavens are already looking after that Qing Fangji. Yes, this subordinate should have dealt with it long ago. The gray-clothed man was silent for a moment. He tapped the table with his finger. Answer me, have you already dealt with Qing Yunqi and his son? Lin Gingao's face immediately turned snow-white. Not yet. Pa. The gray-clothed man waved his hand and a slap flew out. Lin Gingao didn't make a sound as he was slapped 30 feet away. He hit the wall and bounced back. His face was already swollen. Tell me, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for Qing Fangji to give up his father? And then have his father give you up? And then, you will give up everyone. Everyone will hug each other and be done for. I will deal with it immediately. Before tomorrow morning, this line will not be broken. You will die. This is your last chance. Yes. After dealing with this matter, I will deal with your problem. Are you convinced? Convinced. Sit down. Everyone was silent out of fear. Army breaker. Lin Gingao stood up again. Here. Tell me the details of how you were exposed. Where did you give yourself away? Don't let go of any clues. There is still a lot of time today. The cause is. Lin Gingao recounted the entire incident clearly, all the way until Gu Yuanhang admitted his mistake and apologized, and then Qin Fangyang discovered the abnormality, and Li Chongjiang went to the first class to call for people. You mean to say that Qin Fangyang, the head teacher of class 9, is the mastermind behind this? Yes. This subordinate thinks so as well. The gray-robed man chuckled and said, what about that Suishao duo? Didn't you consider him? Lin Gingao said, in my opinion, Suishao duo is not only more powerful than Senior Ji, but he is also hot-tempered and impulsive. He's not very useful in this matter. It's just a coincidence. The gray-robed man stared at Lin Gingao without blinking. He didn't say anything for a long time. His eyes were filled with an indescribable coldness, as well as pity for a certain someone's intelligence. Ha ha ha. The gray-robed man burst into laughter. What a weirdo. What a weirdo. The gray-clothed man said indifferently, let me ask you, are you unreasonable enough? Then let's take you as the person involved. Your son was beaten up in school, and very badly. How do you plan to settle the score with the other party? I'll probably beat up the student who bullied my son. Then, I'll talk to the teacher and the other party's parents and settle the matter once and for all. Then, I'll ask for compensation until I'm satisfied. Well, although this is a bit of bullying, it's still reasonable. But will you go in the afternoon after going in the morning? After beating him up twice, you still want to go the next morning. You want to go to every single one of them after class. You've already gained the upper hand and gained a lot of benefits. Will you still block the door endlessly? Can this be explained by hot-tempered and impulsive? Lin Gingao's face became paler. The other's eyes also flickered for a while. No. No. That's it. Even a vicious and unreasonable person like you, the most outrageous thing you did was to beat up the target. That's where Xiao Duo went to find trouble again and again. He even provoked the teacher. Is he more unreasonable than you? This 17-year-old child is more vicious than you. The gray-clothed man leaned forward slightly and said with a playful smile, "Do you think that's possible?" Impossible. Then why are you still swearing with your red mouth and no teeth? That's where Xiao Duo is not a problem. Lin Gingao, is that the tofu pudding you ate this morning in your brain? This subordinate knows his mistake. This where Xiao Duo cannot be allowed to live. The gray-clothed man said indifferently, "Now, defeating armies has a few things to take care of. The first thing is to kill Qin Yunqi's family. No matter the price, we have to eliminate the root of the problem as soon as possible. All the information related to Qin Yunqi, including all the information he kept, must be cut off from all the clues. The second thing is to kill this Xiao Duo. It's better to be innocent than reckless. The third thing is that Mu Yun Peak has been exposed. Arrange for him to leave as soon as possible. If there's no way to evacuate, get rid of him directly. The fourth thing is that those who have been caught, don't think about rescuing Yun Yun. Just kill them directly. Including the places they live and the things they used. Do you understand?" "Understood." The gray-robed man leaned back in his chair and thought about the whole thing from beginning to end. After making sure that there was nothing missing, he nodded and said, "Pajuan, everything is settled. Next, 7 kills, report the situation on your side." "Lord Messenger." The three of them stood up together. "You have the most powerful forces here. How many have you lost?" "We mainly followed Brother Lin's request to kill Qin Fangyang and Li Chongjiang. We have lost 7 embryonic breathing realm and 4 origin core realm. Even the combat power of the origin core realm has been lost. Yes, the reason for the loss is that there are many experts in the city guard's mansion, and Star's shield has also intervened. On the other hand, the nascent soul experts of the Kunlun sect and the Freedom sect stationed in Phoenix City have caused great damage to us. Other than these losses, are there any other losses?" Chen Yuding has now reached the intermediate stage of the nascent soul realm, but he seems to have been exposed. Kunlun sect's Mu Yanyan has already passed by his place 7 times. Immediately arrange for Chen Yuding to be transferred out of Phoenix City. Send someone else to take over his job. Yes. If he can't escape, let him self-destruct and cause Mu Yanyan to be seriously injured. In short, Chen Yuding must not be captured alive. If he has other ideas, you have to. The gray-clothed man said coldly, "Finish up the work." "Yes." "How far has the contact with the Ning clan gone?" "We are still in contact. The Ning clan's attitude is very tough, and the results are not great. As for the Meng clan, there's no need to talk about the Meng clan." The gray-clothed man interrupted him and said, "How much time do we have now?" "At least 40 days, and at most 60 or 70 days. It's hard to determine the specific time. When will the Qi Watchers arrive?" "Their itinerary can't be confirmed, right?" "They will arrive in 3 days. There are 7 of them in total. 5 of them will enter Phoenix City in 3 days. The other 2 may come with Gu Luoyan. Well, Gu Luoyan's men are very important. They must not be exposed. Even if they are temporarily abandoned, they must not be exposed." "Yes." "What about Blind Hong?" "Blind Hong is still staying in the commercial street. He has always been very cautious. We don't dare to get too close. After all, Blind Hong has reached the end of his lifespan. If we look for him again, there's a high chance that he will die from exhausting his remaining lifespan before he can figure out anything. It won't be of any help and will instead expose our whereabouts. Well, but Blind Hong is not allowed to leave our sight. Once there is a need, immediately take action against Blind Hong. Catch him without fail. Do you understand? Yes. This is the temporary arrangement for 7 kills. Tan Lang. Yes. What's going on? Where are your men? We have received news that 3 of them came this time. One of them is in the nascent soul transformation stage, one of them is in the elixir core stage, and the previous owner of the doppelganger. Only 3. Yes. The person in charge of Tan Lang was a middle-aged woman. Her face was full of vicissitudes of life. Lord Messenger, my side is different from 7 kills and army destroyers. They have enough manpower. I'm just a liaison here. The grey-clothed Lord Messenger smiled faintly. Pan Yuxing, ranked 3rd among the top 10 disciples of Granny Tan Lang. If you continue to pretend in front of me, I will kill you on the spot. Do you think the Tan Lang clan will not punish me? Pan Yuxing's face changed. Lord Messenger, how? How do you know? The grey-clothed Lord Messenger said coldly, the reason why the Tan Lang clan did not send more men is not because they are not working hard. It is because they already have enough men guarding here. And you are the only one here. Pan Yuxing, I don't care how you usually hide, but if this matter is delayed because of you, only death awaits. Even you, Pan Yuxing, are no exception. Pan Yuxing's face changed again. He suddenly asked, Lord Messenger, may I ask when Star Master will arrive? The grey-clothed Lord Messenger said faintly, even if I know when Star Master will arrive, I will not tell you. With your current intelligence, you might be able to sell Star Master to S.H.I.E.L.D. He glanced sideways and said, for example, your brother Lin Gungao was sold out, and now he has half a leg in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s prison, but he's still in the dark pretending to be a wise man. Analysis, he's not worthy of the word analysis. Lin Gingao's face was pale, but he did not dare to say a word. Army destroyers may not be able to complete the missions alone. 7 kills needs to help. Yes. Let's disperse. A cloud of smoke rose. After the smoke dissipated, the grey-clothed Lord Messenger was gone. Previously, no one had clearly seen how he had arrived, and now, no one had clearly seen how he had left. Xiao Duo is here. Have a seat. There were only 2 people in the principal's office. Li Changjiang, Hu Ruoyun. Sua Xiao Duo was flattered. He said, hello, principal, teacher Hu. But in his heart, he thought, why are you so polite? Do you have an ulterior motive? Update complete. Looking for monthly votes, subscriptions, and recommendation votes. I am really being squeezed dry. Fortunately, I am fast and wrote 4 chapters today. I will write at night. No matter what, I cannot owe you. Brothers and sisters of divine light, enter the group. Chapter 100. How's it going? You've made great progress in your cultivation, haven't you? Li Changjiang laughed and said, I have something good to tell you in advance. Due to the incident in our school, it's inevitable that people will be affected. So, I'm planning to organize an event. Don't worry, it's a good thing for you. Good thing. Event? Sua Xiao Duo was puzzled. What does the school's event have to do with me? Is it really a good thing? Why do I feel like I'm going to be cheated? It's only been a few days since you became a martial warrior, and now you've become a martial master. You've improved by leaps and bounds, far surpassing your peers. Logically speaking, after you became a martial master, you should have entered the martial master class. However, considering that you've progressed too quickly, it's inevitable that your foundation would be a little weak. That's why I stopped you for a few days to polish yourself before entering the Star Spirit Pagoda. Li Changjiang said, but with your speed of advancement, you're an excellent role model. Role model. Role model. Hearing this, Sua Xiaoduo couldn't help but reveal a smug smile on his face. It was as if a flower had bloomed. He was overjoyed. I love it when people praise me. The corner of Li Changjiang's mouth twitched at his smug face. He continued. Actually, this time, Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, and the others also advanced with you. There are quite a lot of people. So the school has prepared a commendation and a school-wide event for you. The theme is naturally designed to reward the genius students. On a deeper level, it's to appease the parents. When the time comes, all the parents of the students will be invited to participate. As the core of this commendation, your parents are of course the most important guests. They'll be seated at the front of the line to encourage the other students to work harder. Li Changjiang said, what do you think? Sua Xiaoduo was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. No problem at all. Principal, just make the arrangements. I never thought that I, Sua Xiaoduo, would be able to win glory for my parents one day. Ha ha ha, I'll do my best to cooperate. I'll listen to whatever you say. Li Changjiang said, well, it's settled then. At that time, I will give a speech on the stage and praise your progress. I hope that you can speak as a student representative and talk about your cultivation experience and ideals. Don't say anything else, especially don't cause trouble. Okay, do you understand? I understand. I understand. I completely understand. Sua Xiaoduo nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Don't worry, Principal. I will never forget the school's nurturing. Especially Teacher Hu. She has the same status as my mother in my heart. How could I cause trouble? Never, never. Hu Ruoyun smiled with relief. When you're done with your speech, remember to show it to me. Hu Ruoyun said with concern, you have a very good heart, but you like to speak without thinking. The theme this time is to encourage and encourage. It won't be good if you hurt the other children's hearts. Don't worry, no problem. Sua Xiaoduo patted his chest and said, Teacher Hu, I'll definitely show you my speech draft first. I'll show it to you as soon as possible. Okay. That's the first thing. The second thing is. Li Changjiang was interrupted by Sua Xiaoduo halfway through his sentence. Principal Li. The first thing isn't over yet. Sua Xiaoduo looked confused. What else is there? Sua Xiaoduo was suddenly energized and said, Principal, you see. I'm also preparing to advance. But I paid a total of 100,000 yuan for the warrior class. It's already emptied my family's savings. Also, the 50 yuan jade of astral souls was all raised from debt. I stayed in the warrior class for a total of 3 days, and then I broke through. According to common sense, this money is a semester's worth of tuition. That's half a year's worth of expenses. It's the same no matter where you go, right? Sua Xiaoduo broke it down and said sincerely, it's too much money, and it's wasted just like that. So, you see. Li Changjiang was angry and amused. You child. Sua Xiaoduo sighed and said, it can't be helped. My family is really poor. My father carries a sack every day, and my mother is tired out every day. Li Changjiang sighed and said, we'll refund you the warrior class's tuition that you paid. Actually, we were going to refund it anyway. You really only attended for 3 days and broke through. The school really doesn't have the face to collect this tuition. You don't have to act pitiful anymore. Sua Xiaoduo was elated. Ha! Principal, what do you think? Can the warrior class's tuition be waived? If you count my breakthrough in the warrior class, I've advanced 2 levels in less than 10 days. He paused for a moment to let Li Changjiang digest his words. Then, he continued, I think you should vigorously promote this kind of genius. This is the real result of the school's teaching. Even if it can't be waived completely, it's still good to have a partial waiver. For a genius like me, even if you go out and brag to others. Oh, I mean, even if you talk to the leaders of other schools, you'll still be proud. Li Changjiang's eyes widened. That's not going to be easy. There's no precedent for this. Actually, the tuition fee for the martial arts masterclass isn't much. After the students consolidate their cultivation for a period of time, they start to carry out some simple missions in exchange for cultivation resources. How much is the tuition fee? Even if it's a mosquito's leg, it's still meat, principal. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was filled with grief. You've never been poor before. You don't know that poor people can't wait to break a penny into 8 pieces. My family is poor. My father carries stones and hemp every day. Wave. I'll wave yours too. Li Changjiang had a headache. You don't have any other requests now, right? Don't worry, I have more to say. Zhuo Xiaoduo agreed readily. He said happily, Principal, look, I broke through so quickly. Even if it's not unprecedented, at least it's something that people can talk about. Based on what I've done, I'm a typical genius. Shouldn't you give me a scholarship? Scholarship? Li Changjiang was shocked. Yes, yes. You just said that all the parents of the school will come. This is a reward ceremony for geniuses. If there's nothing, it won't be right, right? If I were you, I'd make the rewards more generous. It's better to scare people. Li Changjiang was completely dumbfounded. You're too much. Not only are you not planning to pay for your school, you're planning to become rich. Zhuo Xiaoduo said with a straight face, Principal, these are all routine operations. I'm just reminding you not to miss out on any procedures. Otherwise, you'll become a laughing stock. It's really good intentions. Li Changjiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He turned to look at Hu Ruoyun. Hu Ruoyun was rolling her eyes and looking at the ceiling. She seemed to be in a trance and didn't hear anything. Right now, Li Changjiang only felt that his teeth were aching, and his teeth were sore. He couldn't wait to bite something. He thought that he knew Zhuo Xiaoduo very well, but reality had once again refreshed his understanding of Zhuo Xiaoduo. This kid was the kind of person who couldn't be given any face. This kid was definitely the kind of person who could make the world shine with a little sunshine. He could become a listed company with a little color. He was the kind of person who would take advantage of others and use a chicken feather as an arrow. I've only talked about an activity from the beginning to the end, an activity that was good for him. In the end, you've waived 2 levels of tuition and even wanted a scholarship. This really became a good thing for him. A scholarship. It's not that it's not negotiable. Principal Li narrowed his eyes and remained calm. He wanted to see how thick-skinned this kid was. However, the exact amount needs to be discussed by the school. It's not appropriate to give more or less. I'll inform you as soon as the decision is made. Zhuo Xiaoduo responded enthusiastically, Principal Li, I have some immature suggestions. Say. What do you think? 1 million. Zhuo Xiaoduo said excitedly. 1 million. Li Changjiang's voice changed. On the other side, Hu Ruoyun directly spat out a mouthful of tea and coughed non-stop. Well, I think 1 million is not too much and not too little. The scope of this commendation is the whole school's teachers, students, and parents. It can't be too little. Although 1 million isn't a big number, it's still considerable. It's enough to show our school's financial strength. Think about it. The school's financial strength equates to the strength of the teachers. The strength of the teachers equates to a bright future for the students. Swaxiaoduo's eyes lit up. Other than that, such a generous reward can also show the spirit of our school. It's a kind of broad mind that can accept all kinds of people. It's obviously saying, as long as you're a genius, come to my school and I'll give you a scholarship, I'll give you the best treatment. Principal, think about it. With this as an example, all the geniuses in the world will definitely fight to enter second high in the future. Swaxiaoduo's face was blooming with a kind of brilliant radiance, full of longing for the future. He felt that he had a great chance of getting back the 1 million that his father had spent to buy the elixirs for Nian Cat. How could he not be filled with enthusiasm and longing for the future? He became more and more eloquent and eloquent. Principal, think about it. If hundreds or thousands of years later, the commander-in-chief of the Sun-Moon Pass, the left and right heavenly kings, and the 8 great generals all come from second high, that's scene. Really, just thinking about it makes you tremble with excitement, right? Anyway, I think that if that day really comes, even if you're already in the underworld, you'll still be smiling. Because all of this is your credit. Because you gave me a 1 million scholarship in exchange for the unprecedented great achievement. Pa! Hu Ruoyun fiercely knocked Swaxiaoduo on the head. You're the one in the underworld. Kid, how can you say that? Chapter 101. Swaxiaoduo, who had suffered a critical hit, immediately acted obedient. His wife was right beside him. How could he not be beaten for insulting her husband? Looking around the world, the 3 people that Swaxiaoduo feared the most were his mother, Wu Yuding. His father, Swa Chonglu, was second, and Hu Ruoyun, teacher Hu, was third. Well, as for Nian Cat, she was fourth at most. Sometimes, she even wanted to fight back. However, she respected the 3 people in front of her from the bottom of her heart. She would never dare to disobey them. Under Swaxiaoduo's expectant gaze, Li Chongjiang was actually moved by Swaxiaoduo's words. This seemed to make sense. Seeing that Principal Li seemed to be moved, Swaxiaoduo quickly struck while the iron was hot. He said with a glib tongue, "It's just a 1 million yuan investment. Such a beautiful future." Li Chongjiang squinted. Okay. 1 million yuan is impossible. 10,000 yuan for the scholarship. Deal. Swaxiaoduo didn't bargain anymore. He immediately nodded and agreed. Ha 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 ha. Hu Ruoyun, who was behind Li Chongjiang, couldn't hold it in anymore. She leaned on the table and laughed loudly. Her shrewd husband, the principal of second high school, had finally been tricked by Swaxiaoduo. Obviously, he had completely forgotten his original intention of just giving out a certificate as a token of appreciation. First, he refunded 100,000 yuan for tuition, 50 pieces of Astral Soul's jade, and waived the tuition for the martial arts master class. Finally, he was blackmailed for a scholarship of 10,000 yuan. One had to know that he didn't get any of these. Li Chongjiang finally realized why Swaxiaoduo had agreed so quickly. Obviously, he was afraid that he would regret it. He looked at Swaxiaoduo with a dark expression. Swaxiaoduo, you're really something. Swaxiaoduo looked innocent. Thank you for your praise, Principal. You're wise and powerful. You can do what others can't. You're a bridge between the past and the future. Get lost. Hey! Come back. The veins on Li Chongjiang's forehead throbbed. He had almost forgotten that he had called Swaxiaoduo over for another matter. Principal, what else do you need? Just say it. Swaxiaoduo was very satisfied. Was also a large sum, at least, for Zhuo. Li Changjiang's expression turned serious. He reached out and pressed a button on the table. Suddenly, the curtains around the office fell. Rays of ultraviolet light filled the entire office. Let me ask you. Li Changjiang lowered his voice. That day, when you saw Chief Jiang. Those people in the office. Do you remember? Do you have any impression? Zhuo replied cautiously, I have a slight impression. Slight impression. When you were answering the question, you clearly looked at everyone's faces. Li Changjiang said, don't deny it. I've been looking at your eyes since you came in. Zhuo laughed awkwardly. Everyone has their own specialization. I know that your eyesight is very sharp. Then. What did you see? Li Changjiang lowered his voice even more. Did you see? If there were people from the UMNO alliance among them? Zhuo was shocked. Principal, you're thinking too much. It's true that I glanced at them, but it was just a glance. Even if it was a real god. It's impossible to see the mystery with just a glance. There are also limits to the specialization. Just tell me if there's anyone who gives you the feeling that something's wrong. Zhuo thought about it carefully. A person's face seemed to flash in his mind, but it was unusually blurry and difficult to describe. He couldn't help but shake his head slowly and say, no. Li Changjiang stared at him and said, really? Not even one. It was just a glimpse. How can it count? I really didn't look carefully. If I said there was, then I'd be bragging. Zhuo felt wronged. Principal, did something happen? Li Changjiang's face was solemn. Director Jiang Chongbin suspects that there's a mole among the higher-ups. Because there have been several successful operations in a row, but they all failed. If it happened once or twice, it could be a coincidence or coincidence. But if it happened several times in a row, there must be something fishy. Zhuo laughed dryly. It's so troublesome. But it seems that I can't help. Li Changjiang was a little disappointed. But when he thought about it, he just wanted to try his luck and didn't really expect Zhuo to see anything. After all, there were too many people on that day. It was a bit ridiculous for him to see something with just a glance. Zhuo hesitated and said, but it's not that I don't have any impression. Li Changjiang looked up suddenly. For example. Zhuo hesitated again. After pondering for a long time, he said, you have to swear that you won't betray me. Hu Ruoyun burst out laughing. Duo, don't worry. If he betrays you, do you think I'll let him go? Duo was still assured by Hu Ruoyun's promise. He said, it's just. When Director Jiang started to scare me. Didn't Teacher Qin come up and pat me on the shoulder? Do you still remember this? Li Changjiang remembered this. Yes, I remember. At that time, several people looked at Teacher Qin very warily. Some even wanted to attack. Zhuo said, these are all normal reactions. It's nothing serious. But the old man sitting next to Director Jiang didn't have any reaction. You have to know that at this time, it's normal to have a reaction. It's strange not to have a reaction. Also, the old man's broom-like eyebrows made him look very unlucky. The way he looked at me occasionally made me feel. Duo chose his words carefully and said. It was probably the kind of look that said he wanted to kill me. It was very different from the other people who just wanted to know the whole story. The old man with broom-like eyebrows. Li Changjiang was shocked. The thin and tall old man in a gray robe who sat next to Director Jiang. The one with white hair. Duo tried hard to recall. Yes, that's him. Li Changjiang's face suddenly changed. It turned as white as a sheet and was a little scary. Are you sure? Sua Xiaoduo answered quickly, I'm not sure. I don't have any evidence at all. It's just a guess, that's all. Li Changjiang wanted to hit him. You were the one who asked me if I felt there was anyone abnormal. From the beginning to the end, you didn't let me confirm a certain person. This broom-like eyebrows. He's the only one who is slightly different from the rest. Only this person's face and aura are faintly different from the others. Sua Xiaoduo said, I really don't have anything else to say. Li Changjiang's expression became more and more worried. He looked at the ceiling and didn't speak for a long time. He was silent for a long time, as if he wanted to say something, but he suddenly changed the topic. Xiaoduo, can you help me take a look at your teacher whose face? Li Changjiang suddenly made such a request. Hu Ruoyun raised her head behind him and stared at her husband's back in surprise. Sua Xiaoduo was also surprised by this request. He looked at Li Changjiang in a daze. Li Changjiang said lightly, you only need to take a look at your teacher who's passed. Hearing this, Hu Ruoyun understood at once. It was obvious that her husband was still unsure of Sua Xiaoduo's ability. He wanted to use the fortune-telling to verify whether or not Sua Xiaoduo could really see anything. After all, the identity of the old man that Sua Xiaoduo mentioned was too unusual. If there was a problem, this matter would be really big, only looking at the past. The past couldn't be changed. This was relatively better. Sua Xiaoduo looked at her attentively. Hu Ruoyun looked at him with a smile. She sat upright, like a mother accepting something that her son had seen for her. It was as if she was tolerating her son's nonsense. Teacher Hu is a young woman with great power and talent. She should have been advancing at lightning speed and leaps and bounds. However, her power was too strong and it was too easy to break. When she was in the martial warrior cultivation realm, she met with an accident and suffered internal injuries. The path of martial arts was divergent. Sua Xiaoduo said, the problem is most likely in the Dantian Sea of Qi or the fire of astral souls. More specifically, it's not something that can be seen from her face. From her face, I can only see that there's something wrong with the place where she gathers qi. Li Changjiang sighed softly and said, that's right. You can take a look in the future. There's no need to look in the future. Sua Xiaoduo smiled and said happily from the bottom of his heart, Teacher Hu, I'll give you a poem. Hu Ruoyun raised her eyebrows. You know how to write poems. You're multi-talented. Sua Xiaoduo laughed and was beside himself with joy. Your student is more than multi-talented. He's really good at both civil and martial arts. He's well-versed in all kinds of subjects. He holds the sun, the moon, and the stars in his hands and treads on both sides of the law. His knowledge is as profound as the sea. Taizong is just a drop in the ocean. There was once an authoritative person who said that there are 10 portions of talent in the world. Sua Xiaoduo alone occupies 9.5 portions. The remaining half portion is shared among the heroes of the world. Hu Ruoyun covered her mouth and laughed. You're not like my student at all now. I can't teach such a thick-skinned person. You're flattering me. Xiaoduo's achievements are all thanks to teacher's guidance. It's all thanks to teacher's guidance. Sua Xiaoduo said modestly. Then, his face became serious and said, Teacher Hu, I'll give you 4 sentences about your fortune. A young woman soars into the sky and breaks the wind in a single day. When the time comes, heaven and earth will gather together and she will spread her wings and soar into the sky. Li Changjiang frowned and said, Xiaoduo, do you mean? There's a great hope for Teacher Hu's injury. It's more than a great hope. It's a done deal. It'll definitely recover. Can you tell when it'll recover? Li Changjiang asked anxiously. Sua Xiao Duo looked at Hu Ruoyun's face. The red light was jumping and the stars were gathering. He smiled and said, "What a coincidence. It'll be healed now." Now? Li Changjiang's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, the phone rang at the right time. "I'll take you with me and you take the money. The world is so big. Let's go and see it together." Sua Xiaoduo's eyes widened. Damn, Headmaster Li's ringtone is so loud. It's so lively. Hu Ruoyun immediately glanced over with a look of disdain. Li Changjiang took out his phone in a flurry. He looked at the screen and said in shock, "Old Liao. It's capital city's Old Liao. There's an extra chapter for the Alliance Masters in the afternoon." It turned out that he couldn't even post a post today. Chapter 102. Li Changjiang was excited. This was his old friend, the man who asked him to find the medicine for Hu Ruoyun. He thought about what Sua Xiaoduo said, "It is now. Is it true?" For a moment, his heart was beating fast. He hurriedly answered the call. A hearty laugh came from the other side. "Is this Changjiang?" Li Changjiang hurriedly answered, "It is me, Master Liao." "Why are you?" "Ha ha ha." The voice on the other side laughed, "Brother. I did it." Li Changjiang's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. He felt the blood all over his body rushing to his face. It was difficult for him to speak. He stuttered, "The astral soul's flame Dan." That. The voice on the other side of the phone kept laughing, "Brother, your wife is in luck this time. The astral soul's flame Dan. I got it in supreme quality." "Ha ha ha. Do you know what it means?" Li Changjiang held his breath. "Supreme quality. Really?" For a moment, the heat in his heart became more and more intense. His voice was choked, "Master Liao. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much." Originally, he only wanted the Dan beads in supreme quality. He never dared to dream of getting supreme quality Dan beads. Now that he had gotten something that was even better than his dream, it was a great surprise. His heart was beating fast. His whole body was shaking. He couldn't control himself. Hu Ruoyun reached out her hand and grabbed her husband's arm. The silent support helped Li Changjiang recover a bit. "Master Liao, I am going to the capital now." "Ha ha ha. Don't worry. There is another good news. I promise you will be so surprised that you won't be able to sleep. Other than the supreme quality Dan beads, I also got a 1,900 years old star spiritual grass. Your wife has stopped cultivating for so many years. She must have made a lot of progress. Now that she has this star spiritual grass, she will be reborn. She will have a bright future. There is actually a star spiritual grass. And it is so old." Li Changjiang was breathing heavily again. This was undoubtedly a great surprise, one that was hard to believe and unimaginable. "I'll be right there. Save it." On the phone, Liao's voice is gentle, "I know something big has happened over there. As the headmaster, how can you leave? Just wait at home. I'll send it to you." Delivered. Li Changjiang was a little confused. Delivered? What do you mean? Ha ha ha. The person on the other end of the phone laughed out loud. "Looks like you're really overjoyed. I'm already at the entrance of your school. Why aren't you coming out to pick me up?" Li Changjiang, "Oh Li Changjiang, this is such a big matter. How can a few words of thanks over the phone make it over? Let me tell you, if you don't make me happy this time, this matter won't be over. Hurry up." Waha. After Li Changjiang finished listening to the call, he suddenly jumped up and danced with joy. Even his hair looked like it was about to explode. Then, he twisted his waist and swayed his hips in the air and did a few hot dance moves. It was definitely an eyesore. It made Xiao Duo stunned. Ow 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 ow. Roar. At this moment, the impression that Li Changjiang gave people was basically no different from a lunatic. Xiao Duo was also very happy. He was sitting in the best position to enjoy such a wonderful show. It was enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. Hu Ruoyun's face turned red. She said angrily, "What are you doing? Come down quickly. Xiao Duo is still here." You. Li Changjiang landed from the air and suddenly rushed over. He picked up Hu Ruoyun and carried her in his arms. Regardless of her struggle, he directly carried her in his arms and spun her around in the air. He cried with joy, "You're saved. You're saved. You're saved." Ha ha ha. Hu Ruoyun felt embarrassed at first. She struggled hard and patted him to put her down. But later, her eyes also turned red. She slowly stopped struggling and quietly nestled in her husband's arms. 2 clear lines of tears quietly flowed down her cheeks. Hu Ruoyun knew very well how much pressure Li Changjiang had been under all these years when she couldn't cultivate and couldn't make any progress in her cultivation. This man made of iron was unyielding and unyielding. He was a hot-blooded man who didn't bend his spine in the face of death. But now, he was almost crushed by so many external factors. For his wife, Li Changjiang was almost fighting with his life on the line. He had thought of all kinds of methods. He had shamelessly approached people who he could beg but couldn't. As long as he saw people he was familiar with and had power, Li Changjiang would go up and pull strings. Aha. Hello, I've heard a lot about you. If you have time, you must come to Phoenix City to play. Oh, right, can you find that thing? Principal Li, who never bowed, almost became a daily habit for a certain period of time. Thank you so much. It's okay, I'm already very grateful that you've tried your best to find it. Okay, I'll definitely wait for your news. Thank you. Every time she saw Li Changjiang pull strings and smile, Hu Ruoyun felt like her heart was being pricked by needles. I don't want you to live forever. And I don't want you to become a peak expert. I just want you to accompany me until we're old. The rest of our lives are still long. I only hope that I can slowly walk to the end with you. Even if it's wind, frost, rain, and snow, even if each step is full of thorns, I only want you to accompany me. With you, it's not hard. Without you, I can't even see the road ahead. Don't even think about leaving. I'll be depending on you for the rest of my life. These were the words that Li Changjiang had said to Hu Ruoyun. They were resolute and decisive, each word resounding. On one hand, he was afraid that his wife's internal injuries couldn't heal. On the other hand, he was afraid that his wife would secretly leave him because she couldn't cultivate. If you dare to leave on the first day, I'll destroy my own cultivation on the second day and make you regret it for the rest of your life. This was Li Changjiang's threat. It was also said in front of Hu Ruoyun, and it was also resolute and decisive, each word sonorous. Now, hope had finally arrived. No, it wasn't just hope, it was the dawn. The haze that had shrouded the couple's hearts for so many years had completely disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Li Changjiang and Hu Ruoyun's hearts were filled with surging emotions. The ecstasy of this moment, as well as the countless bitterness of these years, surged into their hearts at the same time. They couldn't control their emotions. The two of them cried and laughed, completely out of character. At this moment, outside the school gate, a tall and elegant middle-aged man listened to the ecstasy, laughter, and choked sobs from the other end of the phone. He silently hung up the phone, his face full of emotions. He really understood the couple's feelings at this moment, and he was sincerely happy for them. Let them vent for a while. What's wrong with me waiting here? I'll wait for them to calm down. He quietly watched the scene in number 2 middle school. As far as the eye could see, the green grass was like a cushion, the weeping willows were like a waterfall, and the red maples dotted with stars seemed to be jumping cheerfully. Golden light flowed, colorful. It's so beautiful. This should have been an ordinary scene, but in this person's eyes, it seemed to be endowed with a different kind of beauty. At this moment, he actually felt a little dazzled and couldn't extricate himself. Congratulations, brother. Ouch. Li Changjiang put down Hu Ruoyun, and his dizzy head became clear. Liao is still at the door. What are we foolishly laughing for? Before his voice died away, he turned around and was about to rush out. Hey! Slow down. Hu Ruoyun suddenly grabbed him. We haven't finished talking about Xiao Duo's matter. Xiao Duo read our faces, and it came true like a god. Don't you want to thank him? Also, you didn't make it clear. Is reading my face the main point? Oh, right. Li Changjiang finally came to his senses and turned his head to look. He saw that there was still a little invisible person sitting in front of him. Well, what was the little invisible person doing? That look of interest, and the way he looked at her. Mobile phone. This guy was recording. Did you record my performance just now? Li Changjiang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot in an instant, and it couldn't be more gloomy. This was definitely a dark history, and it couldn't be kept in the world. Otherwise, he would be blackmailed by this little rascal for the rest of his life. Li Changjiang, who knew Zhou Xiaoduo very well, came to a conclusion in an instant. Delete it. Give it to me. Li Changjiang instantly raised his cultivation to the peak, waiting for a disagreement to take it by force. Hu Ruoyun's mobile phone rang at the right time. Zhou Xiaoduo sent a video. Then she handed over her mobile phone and said with a smile, I just recorded it. And gave teacher Hu a copy. The rest is in the phone. You can delete it. Li Changjiang was stunned. Well, Zhou Xiaoduo still had a bottom line when it came to certain people and certain matters, especially when it came to those he cared about. For example, mom, dad, sister, and teacher Hu. Hu Ruoyun burst out laughing. She turned on her mobile phone and looked at the video file that had just been sent. Li Changjiang's ecstatic voice and crazy actions were displayed once again. Her tears became more and more difficult to suppress and fell down. She held the mobile phone in her arms and smiled happily with tears in her eyes. Xiao Duo. Teacher, thank you. This is the most precious gift I've received in my life. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled and quickly deleted the file on his phone. He said regretfully, actually, I should have posted this on the school forum so that everyone can see it. Sigh, it's better to share it with everyone than to share it alone. How dare you? Li Changjiang, who was a little touched just now, turned pale in an instant. If this was posted, his image. Did you delete it? Yes. Did you delete it completely? Yes, I deleted it completely. Let me check it. Here. Li Changjiang checked it and was still worried. He said, you didn't save any important information on this mobile phone, right? No. Then I'll confiscate it. I'll give you the latest Astral Soul's mobile phone tomorrow. Wow. Thank you, Principal, you're so generous. Zhou Xiaoduo obviously didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected surprise. One had to know that the price of a one-step Star Soul 99 phone was 16,000 star dollars. It was 20 times more expensive than the one Zhou Xiaoduo was using now. Plus, there was a twist. Looks like I'll have to take more videos in the future. Xiao Duo was happy and his face was full of smiles. Chapter 103. Here's your card. Li Changjiang took out Xiaoduo's personal phone number card and confiscated his phone. He paused for a moment and said, "Don't mention what happened today. Keep it a secret." "Yes, I'm talking about the fortune-telling. Also, tomorrow, you will do the second touch of the 3 touches and 5 comments. Then, the day after tomorrow, on Monday, you will upgrade. Don't forget to tell your parents about the school meeting. They must be present." After hurriedly giving a few instructions, Li Changjiang rushed out like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. Xiao Duo and Hu Ruoyun were in the office when they heard a loud bang outside. They didn't know what he had bumped into. Then, Li Changjiang's voice sounded from a few thousand meters away, "Old Liao. Old Liao. I'm coming. Ha 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 ha." Hu Ruoyun's almond-shaped eyes were still a little red, but she couldn't help but laugh through her tears. "Sigh, this principal of yours." Although she said that she was dissatisfied, her eyebrows and eyes were full of sweetness and satisfaction. Xiao Duo, who had been force-fed dog food until he was full, was caught off guard and forced to take another big gulp of dog food. Now, he wasn't full anymore. He felt that the dog food was so sweet that he was sick of it. Xiao Duo walked out of the office with a big belly and bumped into Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang was very surprised. "Why is your belly so big?" Xiao Duo sighed. "What else can it be? I'm full from eating dog food." Qin Fangyang rolled his eyes and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? This afternoon, you have to hurry up and do the final consolidation. Tomorrow, you will enter the Tower of Astral Souls and enter the second touch of the 3 touches and 5 comments. Understood, understood." On this day, Xiao Duo almost floated home. His mood was overflowing with joy. He only stopped when he reached the door of his house. He retracted his mouth, which had been grinning all the way to his cheeks, and coughed. He forcefully swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and rubbed his face with both hands to cover up the excitement on his face. He swallowed a few more mouthfuls of saliva and moved his facial features a few times. Finally, he recovered a little bit of his normal state. A certain someone tried his best to pretend. His face was heavy, and he took deep breaths. In short, it was extremely pretentious. "Don't laugh. You must not laugh. You mustn't laugh." Quietly opening the door, Xiao Duo walked into his house with a gloomy face. In the kitchen, Wu Yuding and Xiaonian exchanged glances. Xiaonian whispered into Wu Yuding's ear, "Mom, something good must have happened to the dog." "Definitely." Wu Yuding whispered into Xiaonian's ear, "If we didn't see him on the windowsill just now, we might have been fooled by him. That guy was jumping and dancing all the way home. It would be strange if there was nothing good about him. Let's just ignore him." "Yes, let him hold it in. Let's see how long he can hold it in." "Okay. Tell your dad later. Don't let him ask. Let's entertain him together." "Yes, I'll send a message now. It's such a fun game. It would be a pity if Dad misses it." Xiao Duo sat on the sofa with a gloomy face. His face was full of worries, and then he heaved a heavy sigh. Sigh. He stole a glance at the kitchen. If it were any other day, shouldn't they have come out to care about him? Wu Yuding and Xiaonian acted as if they didn't hear him. They were still talking and cooking, discussing softly whether to add soy sauce or vinegar. Sigh. Xiao Duo raised his voice and slumped on the sofa. He said loudly, I'm so worried. Wu Yuding said, you put too much noodles. Add a little water. Oh, okay. Mom, is this enough? It's a little more. Well, this is just right. This is the amount. Remember it in the future. Okay. Why is no one talking to me? Swa Xiao Duo rolled his eyes. They probably didn't hear him because the kitchen was too noisy. Swa Xiao Duo stood up again. His face was still gloomy. He walked to the kitchen door step by step and leaned on the door frame. He sighed loudly, sigh. He frowned. His eyebrows were furrowed so tightly that they could kill a fly. His face was full of worry. Wu Yuding said, Nian go to the fridge and get some dried shrimps. Okay. Remember, dried shrimps. Not shrimps. Okay, Mom. Swa Xiaonian walked past Swa Xiao Duo as if there was no one around. She opened the fridge and picked up the dried shrimps. Well, why didn't they notice my expression? Can't they see such a bad expression? Swa Xiao Duo moved a step and leaned on the fridge. He sighed, sigh. I'm so worried. Go away. Don't be so blind. Swa Xiaonian pushed Swa Xiao Duo aside and walked away with the dried shrimps. Mom, is this enough? It's almost enough. Swa Xiao Duo. He was confused. How could he not notice it? Swa Xiao Duo was frustrated. He sighed, sigh. Mom, I'm back. Wu Yuding didn't even turn her head. Doggy, you're back. Just in time. Go and peel the garlic. Hurry up. I'm waiting. Dot. Swa Xiao Duo peeled the garlic resignedly. He reflected seriously in his heart. Did I do something wrong? Why did she have such a reaction? Soon, Swa Changlu came back. Swa Xiaonian began to put the cooked dishes on the table one by one. For a moment, the aroma filled the air. Let's eat. Swa Changlu picked up the chopsticks first. It smells so good. Swa Xiaonian had a greedy look on her face. As usual, Wu Yuding scooped rice for everyone. Swa Xiao Duo, who had been posing at the table for a long time, was still ignored. During this period of time, he had sighed more than 20 times, but his parents and sister did not respond. They did not even bother to look at him from the corner of their eyes, as if he was completely transparent. Seeing the family eating happily, Swa Xiao Duo finally felt depressed. He put the chopsticks on the table and said angrily, I'm not eating anymore. You're full. Wu Yuding looked at him in surprise and said, if you're full, go back to your room and rest. Well, you can go and cultivate. Swa Changlu didn't even raise his head. Don't waste time here. Why are you still sitting here if you're not eating? Swa Xiaonian, it's delicious. Mom, your cooking skills have improved. This is a step further. It's amazing. The shrimps are especially good. Swa Xiao Duo completely exploded. He slapped his thigh hard, pulled his hair, and asked with grievance, Didn't you notice that I'm not normal today? Not normal. Really? Swa Changlu was shocked. He turned to look at Wu Yuding. Wu Yuding was also confused. Then he looked at Swa Xiaonian. Swa Xiaonian was also confused. What's not normal? Where? Swa Xiao Duo was really wronged and depressed this time. I've been sighing so much. Is this not normal? Wu Yuding tried hard to hold back her laughter. She looked puzzled. It's normal. Don't you sigh every day? Swa Xiaonian's shoulders were shaking slightly. She couldn't hold it in anymore. What's the point of sighing? Swa Changlu was puzzled. If you're not eating, just leave. Why are you sitting here? Are you trying to make a pose? Oh. Swa Xiao Duo was depressed. He felt so wronged. He slapped his chopsticks and cried, "You don't care about me at all. I have a lot on my mind. There's something important in my heart. There's also the 7 emotions. You don't even ask." Sui Xiaoyan said, "What important things can you have?" Sui Chonglu picked up his jiu and took a sip. "This wine is good." Wu Yuding couldn't bear it. She said, "Since you said that we don't ask, then let me ask you. You were dancing your Yanko all the way and looked so happy. When you got home, you deliberately acted like someone owed you 8 million. What's going on?" Sui Xiaoduo's eyes widened. He even forgot to pretend to be wronged. Is there such a thing? Tue. Sui Xiaoyan's face was full of disdain. You sound like you're pretending to be so deep. You're too good at acting. It's so embarrassing. Sui Chonglu turned his head and spat out a drumstick. He didn't even lift his eyelids. He continued to drink and ignored her. Sui Xiaoduo was stunned for a long time. Then, he grinned. "Sir, madam, miss, dear family, I have good news to announce." The family looked up in unison. Sui Xiaoduo was just about to say something when he realized that the emotions that he had been building up for the entire afternoon couldn't be stirred up at all. All the pride and excitement that he had felt from the series of attacks earlier had disappeared without a trace. He was even more depressed. I didn't pretend to be cool. Now, I've become a silent fart in my pants. Sui Xiaoduo had a stomach full of good news. He stared for a while. He wanted to find a joke to arouse his emotions, but he found that his phone had been confiscated by Li Chongjiang. What the fuck? Say it. Why are you still pretending? The family urged him. Sui Xiaoduo was depressed. He really didn't pretend this time. After a while, he said weakly, "It's like this. I'm going to touch 3 and 5 times. After the second touch, I'll officially enter the martial arts master class. Since I've only been in the martial arts master class for a few days, I fought hard to get my tuition and the Jade of Astral Souls returned. Also, since I'm a genius, the school has decided to waive my tuition for the martial arts master class. In addition, the school has awarded me an extra scholarship of 10,000 star dollars." Sui Zhonglu and Wu Yuding's eyes widened as they heard this. Their faces beamed with joy. Sui Xiaoyan was also beaming with joy. On the contrary, Sui Xiaoduo, who brought back the good news, was like a frosted eggplant. He was weak and listless. Also, on Monday, the day after tomorrow, the school will hold a commendation ceremony. Long Yuxing, I, and a few others will be selected as student representatives to speak on stage. Parents will attend the ceremony. Since I'm the highlight, you have to go too. It's best if all of you go. Sigh. He quickly finished speaking in one breath, but his voice was weak. Ha 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 ha. Sui Chonglu let out a long laugh. He said happily, "My son is indeed a genius. Ha ha ha, this is great news. The day after tomorrow, right? Your mother and I will go. We'll definitely go." Wu Yuding was also beaming with joy. She was full of energy. Not bad, not bad. This is great news. Let's all go. We can't embarrass Duo. I'll go too. I'll go too. Sui Xiaoyan rushed to raise her hand. Okay, Nian Cat will go too. Let's go as a family. Sui Chonglu was so happy that he agreed to all the requests without hesitation. Everyone in the family, except for Sui Xiaoduo, cheered. Sui Chonglu patted Sui Xiaoduo's shoulder. He was very emotional. He took a deep breath and said comfortingly, "Son, do you know how your father feels now? How do you feel?" Sua Xiao Duo was still listless. I didn't announce the good news in a loud voice to arouse your emotions. Why are you all so happy? Sua Changlu laughed. He held Sua Xiaoduo's shoulder with one hand and drank a glass of wine with the other. He said emotionally, what your father feels now is as excited as when I held you in my arms when you were born. It's also as gratifying as when you first called me father. Sua Zhanglu drank another glass of wine. Then, he said in a leisurely manner, this moment of satisfaction. You're still young. So, it's difficult for you to experience it. But, your mother definitely understands that even your father. I wasn't as satisfied as I am now. Good son. That I'm finally done. I'm exhausted. Today's update is at 4 p.m. Looking for monthly, recommendation, and official subscriptions. Chapter 104. Zhou Changlu patted his son's shoulder and laughed. You and your sister have made your father proud. Wu Yuding smiled faintly. Her face was full of hidden pride and glory. Then, she poured herself a glass of wine, which she rarely did. She clinked her glass with Zhou Changlu's and drank it all. Her pretty face flushed instantly. She was smiling, and her heart was bursting with joy. Her beauty was unparalleled. Zhou Xiaonian's face was also full of smiles and undisguised pride. That's my puppy, yeah. That's how awesome it is. Ha ha ha. The whole family was proud, happy, and gratified. Sua Xiaoduo looked at them and felt a warm current surging in his heart. Actually, he didn't need to exaggerate. His parents didn't ask for more. As long as their son had a little bit of success, they would be overjoyed. With this thought in mind, the sense of glory and honor once again overflowed in his heart. He laughed out loud and said, just now, I lost control of my emotions, so I didn't say it very clearly. Very clearly, very clearly. Do you want me to explain it again in detail? Get lost. The three of them laughed and scolded at the same time. Sua Xiaoduo laughed and sat down. He grabbed his chopsticks and felt his appetite increase. He wolfed down the food like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. Father Zhua and the other two were almost done eating, but they only ate a little less than half of the food. Then, they watched Sua Xiaoduo, like a bottomless pit, gobbling up all the food on the table. After eating all the dinner, he picked up a piece of beast's thigh bone and chewed it. He gnawed the bone and sucked out the marrow inside. He couldn't reach the innermost part of the bone, so he knocked on it with his hand. He raised his head and pinched the bone with his mouth. Whoosh! He sucked it all into his mouth and swallowed it. That's all there is to cracking bones and sucking marrow. Father Zhuo looked at her patting her belly as if she hadn't had enough. He looked around and asked in surprise, Are you still not full? Sua Xiaoduo burped and smacked his lips. If you're not full, then forget it. If there's still some left, I can reluctantly eat some more. Ha ha ha. Sua Xiaonian laughed so hard that he almost fell over. Pig! Sua Changlu shook his head and laughed. He turned to Wu Yuding and said, You're still a half-grown boy, yet you're still eating your father's food. From tomorrow onwards, we'll have to cook more food at home. He looked at the remaining half of the wine in his glass and drank it all. He said, In the past, most of these dishes, there's always more than half. But today, there's no soup left. You and your mother and daughter. You don't need, you and your mother, you can clean it all. You've licked. The whole family laughed heartily. Sua Xiaonian stood up gracefully. I think Doggy is still hungry. I'll take him out to eat some more and train him for a while. I might come back later. Okay, go ahead. Sui Changlu laughed. Your mother and I have to discuss about participating in the school activities. Ha ha ha, there are thousands of parents, but we're the only ones who will show off. I'm looking forward to it. Ha ha ha. Sui Changlu was obviously overjoyed. He was no longer as gentle and elegant as he usually was. You've used up most of your hidden weapons these days, right? Sui Xiaoyan, who was walking in front, suddenly asked. Yes, there's not much left. Sui Xiaoduo was very distressed. Practicing martial arts is really a waste of money and talent. Throwing out concealed weapons one after another is like throwing away money. And it's constantly throwing away money. I thought that 10,000 hidden weapons would definitely last for a long time. Who would have thought that it would only take a few days to run out? It's heartbreaking. Sui Xiaoyan was unmoved. Doggy, just tell me what you want. Sui Xiaoduo's face was drooling. Sister Nian Nian, are you tired? Do you want me to massage your shoulders? No, you don't have to. Fei. You want to borrow money from me, don't you? Sui Xiaoyan snorted and continued to walk forward. Sui Xiaoduo followed her and explained, just a few days. I'll return it to you in a few days. It's just a temporary turnover. Ha. Sui Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and said, how much do you plan to borrow? 3,000. Sui Xiaoduo asked tentatively. 3,000. You don't even have 3,000 yuan on hand. Sui Xiaoyan frowned. Sister Nian Nian, listen to me. I've changed all the money I have on hand into new money with serial numbers. You don't know how much effort I've put in. Sui Xiaoduo was heartbroken. It's not easy to get it. I really can't bear to use it. So what if it's new money with serial numbers? Can 100 consecutive numbers be worth 200 flowers? Sui Xiaoyan snorted and said disdainfully. But I like the new money. I really can't bear to use it. Sui Xiaoduo sighed. Besides, I only have a few thousand yuan. It's hard for me. A few thousand. Sui Xiaoyan wrinkled her little nose. This guy is not telling the truth. Yes, look at my cultivation. I don't have enough hidden weapons. Sister Nian Nian. Sui Xiaoduo said, his voice extremely sweet and greasy. Okay. Sui Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and said, I can sponsor you, but... Damn, you're living off a woman. Don't you think it's embarrassing to ask a girl for money? Sui Xiaoduo said righteously, living off a woman is delicious and easy to digest. I love living off a woman the most. As soon as he said this, countless people stopped in their tracks and looked over. Although society was more open, there were not many people who dared to say that they were living off a woman and loudly praise her for living off a woman. He wanted to see who it was that was so thick-skinned to be able to live off a woman in broad daylight so confidently. Everyone looked up and saw that the person who spoke was a handsome young man. Well, this was reasonable. If he wasn't handsome, how could he live off a woman? But what about the beautiful woman beside him, who was so beautiful that no one dared to look at her directly? Countless men's hearts were immediately filled with jealousy. I'm as tired as a dog every day. I have to rely on myself for my entire family, but I only found an old woman who yells at me every day. The rules are bigger than the sky. Look at him. Not only was he living off a woman, but he was living off such a beautiful woman. Tell me, where is this logic to go? This world, what kind of world is this? A middle-aged man turned around angrily and strode away. His plump wife caught up with him and scolded angrily, what's wrong with this world? Are you as handsome as him? Look at you. If you didn't get down on one knee and beg me to marry you, would I have married you? You're made to be a bachelor for the rest of your life. Now you're upset when you see him. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror first? The middle-aged man strode forward expressionlessly, the muscles on his face twitching. Look at him, then look at myself. I'm really disheartened and have nothing to live for. Okay, here's your money. Sui Xiaoyan's expression didn't change. As a genius girl, she had long been used to being stared at by others. She pulled Sui Xiaoduo into a small restaurant and said, "Boss, give me a bucket of rice. And 2 big bowls of beef soup." A bucket. A bucket. Sui Xiaoduo immediately blushed. Actually, I don't need so much. I don't have such a big appetite. Besides, I've already eaten at home. After a while, a bucket of rice was served. Sui Xiaoduo didn't say anything and continued to wolf down the food. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He even finished the 2 big bowls of beef soup. In the end, he simply poured the soup from the bottom of the bowl into the bucket. He lifted the bucket, raised his head, and waved the chopsticks in his hand. It was clean and smooth. I'm full. This time, I'm really full. Sui Xiaoduo wiped his mouth and said happily. Let's go. Sui Xiaoyan threw down the money, pulled Sui Xiaoduo and hurried out. Behind them, a group of stunned diners was left. This guy thought his appetite wasn't big enough. How much effort did he put in to be able to eat so much? Sigh, if I had such a female companion, maybe I could eat more than him. Sigh, as everyone knows, some things are very tiring. The more beautiful the girlfriend and the better the figure, the more tiring the physical work accompanying her. It was understandable. We're all men, long live understanding. At 2:00 in the morning, the two sneaked back home. I'm hungry. Sui Xiaoduo's stomach was rumbling. He looked at Sui Xiaoyan with pitiful eyes, full of expectation. Here you go. Sui Xiaoyan, who had been prepared, took out 2 hind legs of single-horned deer from the ring. Eat and sleep. Looking at the hind legs of single-horned deer, which weighed at least 40 to 50 kilograms, Sui Xiaoduo swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This much. One is almost enough. Are you sure? Almost. Here you go. It's good to have a space ring, Sui Xiaoduo said enviously. Save it. Although the one left by Uncle Nan is for you, Mom can't give it to you now. Why? Do you think that the space ring can be activated casually? With your current deified power, you can't do anything at all. Hee hee. Sui Xiaoyan laughed and said, wait until you enter the embryonic breathing realm, then ask Mom for the ring. Hee hee, go for it, little puppy. Sui Xiaoyan pinched Sui Xiaoduo's face, then went back to her room to sleep contentedly. I'm being molested again. Sui Xiaoduo touched his face and muttered, I'm just big-hearted and don't care. Being taken advantage of every day, sigh. Is being handsome really a sin? How distressing. Sui Xiaoduo held the single-horned deer leg in his hands and chewed on it with a distressed expression. Then, he slept all the way until dawn, without even a single dream. When he woke up at dawn, he slurped down a belly full of food, once again wiping away the breakfast that Wu Yuding had meticulously prepared for him. He wiped his mouth and went to school. Wu Yuding was speechless again. The breakfast that she had prepared this morning was twice as much as yesterday's, but it was still not enough. Zui Changlu. Wu Yuding called out. Chapter 105. Zui Changlu came out of the toilet with a toothbrush in his mouth. His mouth was foaming. You have to think of a way to earn more money. Wu Yuding pointed at the empty plates on the table and the empty pot under the table. Your son almost ate my pot. Zui Changlu sighed. He ate so much. He's really a half-grown boy. He ate so much that I'm poor. The ancients didn't lie to me. I was wondering why the toilet was blocked this morning. Wu Yuding paused for a moment. While she was thinking, she couldn't help but retch. She flew into a rage. Zhou Changlu. Zhou Changlu went back to the toilet to brush his teeth. Phoenix City, there's a handsome guy. The handsome guy's name is Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo, really handsome. He earns a lot of money every day and is happy every day. He sleeps until he wakes up naturally and counts the money until he has no limit. Zhou Xiaoduo, good luck. Grow up quickly and find a wife. First wife, second wife, all of you are obedient and don't have much to do. All of you work for me and give the money you earn to Zhou Xiaoduo. Hence, Zhou Xiaoduo is even happier. Zhou Xiaoduo hummed along the way. His thoughts were boundless and he was extremely satisfied. Behind him, in a secluded area, Lu Jianqing and his brother's faces were twitching. They were in a daze. What was Master Zhou singing just now? Why can't I understand? The purpose of finding so many wives is to make them work for money. Doesn't he want to do something else? What kind of logic is this? Is there a deeper meaning? Second brother felt like he was in a mess. Why doesn't he think about other things? Any normal person would think. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Lu Jianqing glared at him. Who would think about other things? Can't you grow a brain? You have a point. Zhou Xiaoduo came to the school slowly. The first thing he did was to go to the principal's office. Principal, my cell phone. Li Changjiang rolled his eyes. He had never seen someone so diligent in collecting bills. He threw it out. Take it. Thank you, Principal. Zhou Xiaoduo grinned from ear to ear. Headmaster, you are wise, benevolent, righteous, and wise. You will benefit the world and benefit the common people. You will last for thousands of years and unify the Jianghu. Scram. All right. Zhou Xiaoduo took the new phone and left. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, and Li Chenglong all sitting in their seats. They had actually arrived earlier than him. Moreover, these 5 people were all excited, but also a little nervous. After all, today would be the second touch of the 3 touches and 5 comments. This was a huge matter that had to be recorded in the archives. It was normal to feel nervous. However, he would still be excited and expectant towards the stronger ones. Qin Fangyang was wearing an azure robe with a wide belt tied around his waist, making him look exceptionally tall and slender. As he walked over from the distant office area, he looked like an ancient warrior who had suddenly walked out of a picture. Teacher Qin is so handsome today. Wan Lixiu's eyes lit up. I like this kind of handsome uncle the most. Long Yuxing snorted and said somewhat unhappily, it is said that Teacher Qin is already more than 100 years old. He is too young to be your grandfather. In the cultivation world, age has never been a problem. Wan Lixiu retorted. Long Yuxing became more and more upset and said angrily, shallow. Wan Lixiu raised her head proudly, and a smile flashed in her eyes. She secretly scolded, stupid bird. The second touch will begin at 9 o'clock. Qin Fangyang reminded, after you enter, don't think about anything. Just treat it as normal. According to experience, this touch will be completed in a very short time. It is just a choice. You can choose what you want in your heart. Qin Fangyang said and laughed involuntarily. Of course, the atmosphere is still an instinctive illusion, so no matter what I say now, you will forget it when the time comes. From now on, meditate to clear your heart. 8:30. Hu Ruoyun appeared on time in Li Changjiang's office. The second touch is about to begin. Li Changjiang's complexion was very bad. His 2 dark circles were thick, and his expression was full of fatigue and anxiety. Seeing his wife come in, he said rather listlessly, "Yes, there is still half an hour. A total of 6 touches this time." "Yes, 6. Li Changjiang leaned on the chair tiredly. He even seemed to have lost his enthusiasm for his wife. He didn't even want to look at her. His face was full of anxiety, contradiction, and unwillingness. This was completely different from the excitement he had when he heard the good news yesterday afternoon. Now, he seemed to have received some bad news. He was out of his wits and was out of his wits. My suggestion yesterday. Hu Ruoyun understood in her heart. She slowly sat in front of him and asked softly. Li Changjiang scratched his hair irritably and said, I need to think about it. Hu Ruoyun was a little excited. Do you still need to think about it? Li Changjiang was also excited. How can you make a decision on this kind of thing so easily? Ruoyun, I am not being selfish. Hu Ruoyun became agitated all of a sudden. You are not being selfish. The old principal treated you and me so well. She had long loved us as her sons and daughters. Li Changjiang, do you still have a conscience when you say these words now? If the ruler treats us with affection, how can we not return the favor? The old principal is like our mother. We are making a little sacrifice for our mother. How can you not bear to part with it? Li Changjiang lowered his voice and shouted hysterically, if it is definitely useful, so be it. But the problem now is that it might not be useful. If you don't try, how do you know it is useless? Hu Ruoyun's expression was firm. Ruoyun. Li Changjiang was in extreme pain. Do you know? This opportunity may not come a second time in this life. Once you let go, the one who will be ruined is you. Is me. Is our lives. You can call me selfish or cold-blooded, but I am not willing. I am not willing to use our lives to fight for a small chance. This time, can you listen to me? Have you seriously thought about it? Hu Ruoyun's eyes were clear. I suggest you think about it more carefully. Li Changjiang, without the old principal, there would be no second high school. Without the second high school, there would be no you and me. When I was dying, if the old principal didn't save me, I would have died long ago. You, Li Changjiang, couldn't even afford the tuition. The old principal helped you. Without the old principal, we wouldn't have what we have today. What we have now is all because of the old principal. Don't you remember? The old principal has been giving so much. Now, as the current principal, you can give a little bit, yet you don't want to? Hu Ruoyun asked. Li Changjiang shouted in a low voice, the question is it useful? If it is, why would I not give it up? Why wouldn't I know the importance of it? But the old principal has taken similar Dan beads before. They were all useless. It is different this time. It is totally different. This time, the flame Dan of astral souls is in supreme level. It is the best quality. With the help of 1,800 years old star spiritual grass, the old principal may be able to recover. Hu Ruoyun paused and then said, if the old principal recovers, it will be a great benefit for the second high school and for us. Why don't we try it? Li Changjiang said in pain, what if it doesn't work after I take it? Hu Ruoyun said firmly, even if it doesn't cure the old principal, it will at least prolong his life for another 10 years. Just these 10 years are worth it for me to trade my entire life for it. Li Changjiang stared blankly at his wife. He suddenly felt that all the strength in his body had been sucked away at this moment. He felt like his spine was taken away. He slumped on the chair. 2 lines of tears ran out. He murmured, Ruoyun. Ruoyun. Hu Ruoyun's eyes turned red too. She said, Changjiang. I know it is too cruel to you. If there is another life, I will serve you for the rest of my life. I will never go against you. But this time, Changjiang, please promise me. Li Changjiang's eyes were lifeless. After a long while, he finally uttered a word from his throat. Okay. After saying this word, he completely collapsed. He laid his head on the table and didn't move at all. Hu Ruoyun walked over with tears in her eyes. She hugged her husband and said, Before I came here, I have given the flame Dan of astral souls and the star spiritual grass to the old principal. Changjiang, it is worth it. The old principal is worth it. Li Changjiang's body was shaking, but he didn't say a word. Both sides of his sleeves were already soaked with tears. It's 8:50. Hu Ruoyun wiped her eyes and looked at the computer screen. Changjiang, come and take a look. Li Changjiang was still lying on the table. He was panting heavily, but he didn't want to raise his head. We have been married for so many years. It's not like I have never seen you cry. Hu Ruoyun forced a smile and pulled Li Changjiang up. Come, accompany me to see my student. Li Changjiang was pulled up by her, revealing his tear-stained face. He lost control and roared, Hu Ruoyun. Do you only have your teacher in your heart? Only your student? Where am I? What do I mean? You said you know this and that, but you know what kind of tragedy awaits us if we let go of this opportunity. What you said just now was so righteous. Every word you said was sonorous, but are you worthy of me? Who am I doing all this for? Hu Ruoyun hugged Li Changjiang guiltily. I'm sorry. What's the use of saying sorry? Li Changjiang roared angrily. His chest was heaving violently, and his eyes were bloodshot. If you don't take the medicine, you will only live for a little more than 100 years. Are you worthy of me being a bachelor for 800 years? How do you expect me to live for 800 years? Hu Ruoyun just hugged his body. No matter how he struggled, she didn't let go. She just whispered again and again, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. After a long time, Li Changjiang's stiff body finally softened. He let out a long sigh, as if he was lamenting the sorrow of 3 lifetimes. On the screen, the door of the Astral Soul's tower opened. A cloud of white fog surged out. Zhou Xiao Duo didn't decline and took the lead to walk in. Oh, let's go in. Behind him, the 5 youthful boys and girls also rushed in impatiently. As usual, the leader will update in the afternoon. Begging for a few monthly tickets, begging for a subscription. It has been up for 3.5 days, and it has updated 64,000 times. Brothers and sisters, support me. Chapter 106. Hu Ruoyun's gaze was instantly attracted by their movements. She picked up the mouse and operated it. The computer screen was instantly reflected on the wall and turned into a big screen. Then, it was divided into 6 smaller sections. The section about Zhou Xiao Duo was adjusted to the center. Sigh. Li Changjiang let out a long sigh and looked at the screen helplessly. What was done could not be undone. It was too late to regret. People had to look forward. What was in front of him was his job. He could not slack off. However, his hands were tightly wrapped around his wife's waist. He was so tight. Because he knew that the person in his arms. After losing this opportunity, he really didn't know when she would disappear from his side. Disappear forever. Although she had vowed that she would not leave him, when the time came and she could no longer resist, she would not be able to resist. The only thing he could do from now on was to keep an eye on her at all times. That was all. As Li Chongjiang watched the trial on the screen, a thought appeared in his mind. Should I consider using my authority to transfer her to another position? I should transfer her to be my secretary. This way, they would come to work together and leave together. Even if this woman wanted to disappear, it would be a rare opportunity. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. Hence, he started to plan the transfer in his mind, as Xiao Duo entered the Tower of Astral Souls and walked forward in the thick fog. After walking for a long time, the fog suddenly disappeared. He stood back in the school's boundary. The scenery around him was the same. The only difference was that he had grown up. He had really grown up. He was in his 20s and had to face the problem of marriage. However, the situation now was quite complicated. He had a girlfriend. They were childhood sweethearts. It could be said that their relationship was very good. If they really got together, they would treat each other with respect for the rest of their lives. However, his girlfriend's cultivation aptitude was very average. Her appearance was only delicate and pretty. Her family background was also average. On the other hand, although his family background was very ordinary, he was born handsome and charming. More importantly, his cultivation talent was outstanding, and he was hardworking and determined. His future in martial arts was limitless. He could be said to be a popular figure in the school and was deeply admired by many girls. The number of love letters he received could be counted by stacks. Now, he was faced with the choice of marriage. There was only one person to marry, but he had 4 candidates. Among the 4 candidates, the girls were the type who loved him deeply. As long as he nodded, they would immediately walk into the hall without any objections. The first of them was his childhood sweetheart, Li Xiaomei. The second choice was Zhang Xiaomei. She was recognized as one of the 3 golden flowers in the school. This girl was not only beautiful, but also had outstanding aptitude. She was smart and had a bright future in martial arts. She was not inferior to him at all. Moreover, Zhang Xiaomei's father was a governor. As long as he married her, he would at least embark on the path of politics. His father-in-law had already made it clear that he wanted to pave the way for his only daughter's husband. It was not impossible for him to become a governor or even higher in the future. The third candidate was Zhao Xiaoting. She was also one of the 3 golden flowers in the school. Zhao Xiaoting's family was recognized as the richest family in the Yanwu Empire. To put it bluntly, as long as he married her, 20 years of hard work would be nothing. It should be said that he would directly reach the peak of his life. Zhao Xiaoting's father had already made it clear that he only had one daughter. Everything he had would naturally be inherited by his daughter and son-in-law. The last person to be chosen was Zhou Yunfeng, the head of the 3 golden flowers. She was born with outstanding beauty and was as beautiful as Zhang Xiaomei, Zhao Xiaoting, Chunlan, and Qiu Mei. Zhou Yunfeng's father was a marshal in the military. His martial arts cultivation was unparalleled in the world. If he chose her, he would gain both wealth and beauty. His future path of martial arts would be smooth sailing. His father-in-law would provide him with countless heavenly treasures. Even if he was a pile of shit, he would be able to reconstruct his meridians and rebuild his universe. He would become a top genius in the world. Yes, the last candidate was also an only child. Similarly, she would be able to inherit everything her father had. Then, which one would you choose? In a daze, 4 beauties appeared in front of him. They each occupied a side. In front, Li Xiaomei looked delicate and pitiful. Her delicate face was filled with expectations. On the left, Zhang Xiaomei was dressed in a white dress. She was tall and beautiful. On the right, Zhao Xiaoting was dressed in red. She was curvaceous and graceful. Behind her, Zhou Yunfeng was dressed in black. Her eyes were as deep as the sea. She was like a fairy from the heavens, riding the wind. One had an unobstructed political career. One had great wealth. One had profound martial arts and was at the peak of power. Let him choose. Swishout's mind was spinning, but he was very depressed. How am I supposed to choose? Only children need to choose. Of course, adults need to choose all of them. A delicate and pretty girl is suitable for housework. After doing the housework, she will rush out to do odd jobs to earn money for me. The official's daughter can get her father to write notes and make money. The rich girl can transfer her family's property to me bit by bit. Then, she will manage the company and make money for me. As for the military's daughter, I will wait for her to become stronger. After she becomes stronger, she can secretly sell her father's treasures and give me the money. What is the value of being the richest man in the Yenwu Empire? Isn't that too low? Combining all four of them is the best. I will be the richest man in the entire astral souls. This trial is retarded. I can only choose one. Swishout was very dissatisfied and depressed. If I can only choose one. Of course, I will choose the one with the biggest breasts. Swishout looked around for a long time. He realized that the four candidates did not have big breasts. However, their sizes were not small either. This is really troublesome. I can't let them all take off their breasts and compare them, right? Swishout's heart was in a mess. He was so happy that his eyes were beaming. An inexplicable impulse seemed to have suddenly risen in his heart. His heart was suddenly filled with extreme possessiveness towards the four beautiful girls in front of him. A certain desire to cough also rose in him. For a moment, his mouth was dry and his imagination ran wild. Needless to say, he did not need to say anything. However, at this moment, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. A white-clothed figure with a frosty expression and a frosty face suddenly glided past. A pair of cold eyes fell on his face. They were sharp and cold. Ha! Are you flirting? I am not flirting. Swishout was so scared that he pissed his pants. All his thoughts were gone. At this moment, the four girls all opened their mouths and spoke in unison. All of them were full of tenderness and passion. Xiao Duo, who will you choose? Can you really let go of our friendship since we were young? Xiao Duo, don't abandon me. I like you so much. Xiao Duo, I am not seducing you. I really like you. Xiao Duo, I can't leave you. Don't abandon me. The voice of a beautiful girl was infinitely gentle. Swishout did not seem to hear it. He only felt his two legs trembling and shuddering. The only thing he felt at this moment was that two cold eyes were firmly fixed on his back. He could not help but feel more flustered. It was as if a man who had a wife but did not want a divorce was caught red-handed cheating. He was indescribably panicked. Beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead as he muttered, "Amitba, everything is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble or a shadow, like dew or lightning, it should be observed as it is." Female benefactors, in this old monk's eyes, beautiful women are like skeletons. He kept muttering and turned a blind eye to them. He almost pissed his pants and left. He did not care about the crying of the four beauties behind him. He avoided them as if they were snakes and scorpions. You are just a few piles of rotten flesh and a few sets of dried bones. Don't try to pester this old monk. This old monk has traversed the vast ocean and passed through Mount Wu several times. My heart has long been as calm as still water. It has long been withered for thousands of years. Amitba. Shansai. He walked a few steps with fear and trepidation. Suddenly, he ran away. The illusion trial came to an abrupt end. Was it over? Hu Ruoyun, who was watching this scene in the office, was stunned. Sua Xiao Duo looked very tempted as soon as he came up. He squinted his eyes and seemed to be drooling. However, based on Teacher Hu's understanding of this miser, she was sure that this guy was indeed drooling. However, it was not because he was fascinated by the beauty, but because he was calculating the small amount of money of the other party's family. However, what happened next was completely incomprehensible. Why did he suddenly shout, "I am not flirting with girls"? What the hell was this? Then, with the appearance of an enlightened monk, he chanted some random Buddhist scriptures and ran away just like that, not wanting to leave anyone behind. Hu Ruoyun was stunned. She was tongue-tied and did not know what was going on. The others had just started, but here it was already over. She was not the only one. Even Li Changjiang, who was feeling extremely desolate and sad, was also confused by the scene before him. What was this operation? It was so strange. However, this time, the evaluation of Sua Xiao Duo was not very slow. It came out very quickly. However, the evaluation still did not have a grade, few desires and suspicious of castration. After the evaluation, there were 8 small words, pure heart and few desires, does not like women. Hu Ruoyun's eyes suddenly widened. Few desires and suspicious of castration? Li Changjiang's eyes were wide open. What kind of evaluation was this? Castration. Which part of him, Sua Xiao Duo, looked like a castrate? What? What the hell is this? This kid had so many tricks up his sleeves. Ruoyun, this student of yours. Li Changjiang was so shocked that he forgot to be sad. Could it be that there is a physiological problem? This. Do you know? Hu Ruoyun's face was red and she was furious. Li Changjiang. Are you fucking courting death? The moment Li Changjiang asked this sentence, he came to his senses and slapped himself twice. I said something wrong. But this little guy's evaluation. Hu Ruoyun snorted, but her eyes revealed a look of worry and worry. Xiao Duo, he can't be so miserable, right? Chapter 107. On the screen, the trial of the other 5 people was still going on. After hesitating for a long time, Long Yuxing finally chose his childhood sweetheart. Although the other women were all prettier and more outstanding than her, and could bring great benefits, Long Yuxing still followed his heart and chose the girl he had loved for many years. He also wanted power and strength, but in the end, he did not erase his conscience. After choosing, he was unwilling, but he did not change his choice. Long Yuxing's evaluation came out quickly. A grade. Hesitation time, 5 minutes. Temperament, superior. Character, superior. Integrity, superior. Persistence, superior. Wan Lixiu's evaluation came out quickly. Her experience was nothing special. 4 beautiful women were replaced by 4 handsome men, and Wan Lixiu almost did not hesitate to choose the person she had always loved. The trial was over. A grade. Hesitation time, none. His temperament, character, and so on were all evaluated to be above average. This was an evaluation that was even higher than Long Yuxing's. Yu Moyan had always been a man of few words, but he was very hesitant in this choice. His family was not very good, but he had a martial arts heart, and his desire to become stronger was more determined than anyone else. His inherent family background was exactly the same as the setting in the illusion. Yu Moyan hesitated for 10 minutes, and finally chose the daughter of the military general. Evaluation, B grade. Hesitation time, 10 minutes. Temperament, average. Character, average. Integrity, inferior. Persistence, superior. Li Zhangming's process of choosing was more dramatic. After entering the illusion, he did not change his original intention and slept first. After waking up and finding out about this, he directly held the hand of his childhood sweetheart and left. And the evaluation he got was, upper class. Hesitation time, none. His temperament and character were all top-notch. Compared to Long Yuxing and the other three, and even including Zhou Xiao duo, it was not as complicated as Li Chenglong's trial. The content of Li Chenglong's trial was no different from the others. He had to choose his marriage partner, and he had to choose the same person. However, this guy wavered, as if he wanted to choose everyone. Although in the end, he still chose his childhood sweetheart whom he loved deeply, the time he took to consider his choice was too long. It was even longer than the time taken by the other 5 people combined. However, his face was very serious from the beginning to the end, as if he was thinking about something important. Maybe it was because he took too long, so Li Chenglong's evaluation results came out the slowest. However, if Zhou Xiaoduo's evaluation made Principal Li and Teacher Hu feel incredulous, then Li Chenglong's evaluation was inconceivable and breathtaking. Because Li Chenglong's final evaluation was, a grade. Hesitation time, 40 minutes. Temperament, superior. Character, extremely good. Integrity, extremely high. Perseverance, superior. Among everyone, Li Chenglong, who hesitated the longest, received the highest evaluation. Li Changjiang and his wife in front of the screen were stunned. Li Changjiang mumbled, "Is there a problem with this evaluation? Could it be that the Tower of Astral Souls evaluation system is broken?" Hu Ruoyun was also puzzled by this. She was full of doubts. At this moment, the office door opened. Li Changjiang went to open the door, but when he opened it, he could not help but straighten his body. "Old principal, why are you here?" The person who came in was He Yuanyue. The old woman in the wheelchair still had a gratified smile on her face, and behind her was the expressionless woman in black. Every time Li Changjiang saw this woman in black, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. This woman in black had been by He Yuanyue's side ever since she came to second high. All these years, people only knew that her name was Sister Lan, and no one knew anything else about her. No one had ever seen this woman in black's expression change, not even once. She had always been expressionless. This always meant that she had been expressionless for almost 100 years. This was already an incredible thing. "You and your wife have given me such an important gift. How can I not come over to thank you personally?" He Yuanyue smiled kindly and looked at the big screen on the wall. "Are you looking at the 3 touches and 5 evaluations? Is it done?" "Yes, it's done. It's just that. Old principal, the 2 of us are a little unsure about the evaluations this time." "No, it should be said that it's hard to understand." Li Changjiang looked at the frozen screen. There were only evaluations on it, so he simply locked the screen and let the old principal watch it together. He Yuanyue smiled faintly and said, "The 3 touches and 5 evaluations is a very good mechanism, but a machine is still a machine. It lacks human wisdom. It may not be able to make accurate judgments. Especially for some talents with special personalities. Under this 3 touches and 5 evaluation system, it's hard for them to show their characteristics. They may even be wrongly judged. It also exists." She slowly raised her head and looked at the big screen. Take Zhou Xiaoduo's evaluation as an example. Even if it's not accurate, it's not to the extent that there's no grade. There's only a forward evaluation, and this forward evaluation is ridiculous. Hu Ruoyun's eyes lit up. "Old principal, what do you mean?" He Yuanyue narrowed her eyes and smiled. "I've seen this Zhou Xiaoduo before. This little guy has a decisive and bright personality. He's boiling with yang energy. Looking at the whole school, it's very difficult to find someone with a higher yang energy than him. How can he be so doubtful? Then can this be changed, old principal? Hu Ruoyun asked anxiously. This evaluation will follow the person for life. If it falls into the eyes of those who don't know the inside story, it will inevitably affect the child's future. The 3 touches and 5 evaluation system has been in place for a long time. It has its own reasons. I believe that there must be a reason for it to make such a judgment. However, no matter how excellent the system is, it's still a model that serves humans. If there's really a need to change it, it can naturally be changed. However, any wind, frost, rain, or dew is a trial on the road of life. I don't think this will cause any harm to Swaxiao Duo. Let's just let Swaxiao Duo face it alone for a while. If there's no other way out, I won't stand by and use my connections with the higher-ups to help him. Children have to go through trials and hardships. Although this evaluation will attract a lot of ridicule, as long as I don't move and the waves stop, it won't affect his future. Hu Ruoyun was still a little unwilling, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu. You probably don't know. The 2 from the Long family and the Wan family were engaged when they were young. The 2 of them are a couple. He Yuanyue smiled very happily. So there's this layer of history. Li Changjiang suddenly understood and then smiled bitterly. It's already in this day and age. How can there be such a thing as an infant marriage? Although it's an infant marriage, it's just a spur of the moment. If the 2 children don't like each other, they'll naturally get married and go their own way. But if the 2 children like each other, won't it be a beautiful story? He Yuanyue said, this is very different from the usual arranged marriages. Old principal is right. Let nature take its course and let fate take its course. This Yu Moyan. He Yuanyue was silent for a while and said, he's a little biased. He's too obsessed with power and can give up everything for power. This child may not be able to go far. He Yuanyue was silent for a while. Is his teacher Qin Fangyang? These 6 children are from the martial warrior class taught by teacher Qin. But now, they've all successfully advanced to the martial master level. After this test, they'll enter the martial master class. Teacher Qin Fangyang is a veteran of the martial warrior class. He Yuanyue frowned and thought for a while. Then she said faintly, these children. Let Qin Fangyang follow them. I'm worried that, other than him, the other teachers in our school won't be able to convince them wholeheartedly. Li Changjiang was shocked. He never thought that He Yuanyue's evaluation of Qin Fangyang would be so high. It must be known that other than teaching his own students well, Qin Fangyang usually didn't show off at all. This child Changming is also not bad. Considering his age, it's rare for him to be able to cultivate his family's martial arts to such a level. In the end, He Yuanyue looked at Li Chenglong's evaluation and sighed. A long time ago, I've suggested to cancel some of the content of the 3rd touch and the 5th touch. But it hasn't been implemented. The reason why I have concerns is because I'm afraid of people like Li Chenglong, although people like him are very rare. In modern society, women's rights are increasing day by day. This method of using a girl's love to test a man's nature will sooner or later lead to an attack by women's rights. He Yuanyue sighed deeply. Old principal. Don't you think your words are a little biased? Li Changjiang said, the 3rd touch and the 5th touch for girls is also a test of a boy's love. It's the same for both sides. How can it be attacked? Different standpoints lead to different viewpoints. What men don't care about, women don't necessarily care. This is the fundamental difference. He Yuanyue smiled. The reason why I made that suggestion was mainly because I'm a woman. I don't like it. But in the eyes of men, this kind of test won't make me feel the same way. Li Changjiang said in a low voice, maybe. He Yuanhua laughed and said, Li Chenglong is the direct descendant of a military family. I think I know his character very well. He's not the kind of person who changes his mind and is indecisive. You guys are very confused about why he was so hesitant, but still got the highest evaluation, right? Yes. Li Changjiang and Hu Ruoyun nodded. From what I know about him, I can say that this child is a person who can sacrifice everything for the sake of the country. Even everything he does is for this goal. His love life is one of them as well. It can also be sacrificed. It seems that you guys can't squeeze me dry. I'll squeeze myself dry. Looking for monthly votes, subscriptions, and recommendation votes. Brothers and sisters of Divine Light and Alliance Masters, please join the QQ group. I know you guys don't care, but after all, it's my good intentions. I'll wait for you guys. Chapter 108. Li Chenglong's hesitation wasn't because of what he could get, but because he was hesitating. Which choice was the best for his ultimate goal? Li Chenglong's ultimate goal was to put righteousness first and disregard everything else. That's why the system gave him such a high evaluation. Compared to Li Chenglong, the fact that the system could read this level surprised me from the bottom of my heart. The system has improved. A good child is a good child. It's just that he's too harsh on himself. He Yuanhua closed her eyes and sighed softly, they're all good children. But Li Chenglong still chose the one he loved in the end. Yes, but his hesitation has already given the other three ladies great respect and comfort. He Yuanhua waved her hand tiredly and said, let's just let this matter go. She didn't want to talk about it anymore. But she had already said a lot today. Li Changjiang recalled every word the old principal said and couldn't help but admire the old principal's thoughtfulness. He realized that as a principal, he was still a far cry from the old principal. The old principal had put in a lot of effort into every child and could see through appearances to see the essence. But now, he was only looking at the surface. This was undoubtedly a dereliction of duty. Li Changjiang thought seriously in his heart. He Yuanhua took a few deep breaths to recover her energy and said, now, let's talk about the main point between us, the matter of the medicine. The matter of the medicine. Hu Ruoyun was anxious when she heard this. She instantly guessed the old principal's intention and said hurriedly, Old principal, why are you? Ruoyun, you little girl. The old principal smiled and called Hu Ruoyun to his side. He held her hand and patted it lightly, you little girl, you've been too infatuated since you were young. He took out 2 small jade bottles from his pocket with trembling hands and took Hu Ruoyun's hand. He pressed the bottles in her hand, not allowing her to refuse. His old eyes flashed with gratified tears, little girl, I'm already satisfied that you're so considerate. But, I don't need these things anymore. Teacher. Hu Ruoyun's voice choked. Why don't you eat? There's no harm in giving it a try. At least it will allow you to. He Yuanyua's expression was leisurely as she softly interrupted, silly girl, if it was really useful to me, do you think I would be polite to you? My current soul flame is like a flickering candle in the wind. It's on the verge of collapse and might be extinguished at any moment. After all, it's because my reserves have been completely exhausted, and my lifespan has come to an end. Even if you give this elixir to me, I can only extend my lifespan by 1 or 2 years at most. He Yuanhua smiled faintly. Silly girl, you're sincere to me, but how can I bear to use your and Changjiang's lifetime of happiness in exchange for my 1 year of lingering at death's door? She trembled as she took out a golden pearl from her pocket and handed it over. This is a soul elixir. First, use the flame elixir of astral souls to reconstruct your astral souls and reconstruct your meridians. Then, use your spiritual source to stabilize the soul elixir. After the elixir has completely dispersed, use your spiritual energy to circulate through your meridians for 1 cycle. Then, take the astral spirit herb. When she mentioned the astral spirit herb, Yuan's gaze was distant and hazy as if she was in a dream. Teacher. Hu Ruoyun choked with sobs. Sister Lan, Yuanhua said softly. The woman in black who had been standing behind her said, I'm here. I'll have to trouble you to do something for me. During the process of Hu Ruoyun's recovery, Li Changjiang will be too close to her. His emotions will fluctuate and I'm afraid that he might not be able to complete the process. If you're the one protecting him, it will be a smooth journey. Sister Lan said faintly, all right. Then let's do it now. Calm down and start immediately. I want to see Ruoyun recover with my own eyes. Yuanhua looked lovingly at Li Changjiang and Hu Ruoyun. Don't worry about me. I'll always be here. You guys. And all the students from Second High, and this school, are the continuation of my life. Li Changjiang's eyes reddened. Old principal. I really deserve to die. Yesterday, I actually. You don't have to say it. Yuanhua waved her hand and interrupted him. She gently grabbed his hand. Child, humans are not saints. Your choice can't be said to be wrong. Li Changjiang's eyes reddened as he nodded repeatedly. Yuanhua was still a little worried. She reminded him, Child, you must remember what I said just now. Humans are not saints. Do as you wish. In the future, whether it's a student or a teacher, as long as you can uphold the bottom line when it comes to major issues, everything else is insignificant. If you can let go, why don't you let go? Yuanhua said softly, as the principal, you must remember this. Remember, children are all good children. In the beginning, they're just a blank piece of paper. Whether they can become talents and uphold the bottom line when they grow up depends on whether we teach and guide them. Do you understand? Yes, old principal. I'll remember. Li Changjiang nodded with tears in his eyes. Yuanhua nodded. She pushed the wheelchair and walked out of the office. I'll wait outside. You guys can start. You must succeed. All right. Cui Xiaoduo and the other 5 students walked out of the Astral Souls Tower one after another. The flow of time in the Astral Souls Tower was adjusted according to the person's consciousness. In the eyes of Principal Li and his wife, everyone's passing time was very different. However, the actual passing time of the test was the same. There was no difference. Passed. Qin Fangyang's wide sleeves fluttered in the wind. Passed, the 6 students answered in unison. Qin Fangyang nodded. That's good. Come, follow me to the principal's office. After this test, all of you will be officially promoted. Qin Fangyang led the way and led the 6 students into the office building. Looking at Qin Fangyang's figure in front of them, his tall and straight figure, and his posture as he strode forward, the 6 students had the same thought. As long as we follow behind Teacher Qin, we can charge forward fearlessly and unstoppably. It doesn't matter if there's a path in front of us. We just need to move forward and charge forward. The path will be under our feet. To Wan Li Xiu, Long Yuxing, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, Li Chenglong, and the others, Teacher Qin was like a sharp sword that could reach the heavens. It shone with an unparalleled sharpness and cut through all the haze in front of them. There was only a bright and smooth path ahead. So cool. So cool. The eyes of the 5 students were filled with admiration and admiration. What they didn't know was that at this moment, Qin Fangyang was activating his lifetime's worth of cultivation, activating his sword heart to the extreme, causing these few students to plant a sword heart in their hearts during the second touch of the Star Soul Pagoda. This method could be said to be the extreme of martial arts inheritance. It could even be said to be a kind of life inheritance. However, at this moment, the students obviously didn't know the truth. What was different from the other 5 was that Xiaoduo's feelings were completely different. He looked at Qin Fangyang's figure in front of him as if he was looking at a giant axe that could split heaven and earth, or an indestructible hammer. He smashed it fiercely into the darkness in front of him. Slash it. Whether it was light or darkness in front of him, he would smash it all. In front of him, he was invincible. So domineering. So cool. I like it. When they entered the elevator, Qin Fangyang's body was still filled with sword energy. He was indomitable and overflowed with majestic light. This situation continued until the elevator door opened. Qin Fangyang, who had maintained his extreme state for a long time, was finally able to take a breather and put away his sword heart. Even with his hidden and astonishing cultivation, using the inheritance of the tinder flame for such a long time, the inheritance of the sword heart would be too much for him to bear. Teacher Qin muttered to himself, although you don't understand now, I've already done what I can. I can only guide you to this point. The martial arts master class has its own teacher. I can't teach you anything more. You'll have to rely on yourselves in the future. Children, the seeds of the sword heart today need to be cultivated well. He didn't say these words out loud. He wouldn't say them out loud either. However, in the corridor leading to the principal's office, the 7 people who were walking in a line suddenly stopped. The moment they turned the corner, they saw a person in a wheelchair. White hair fluttering, he was sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. His eyes were leisurely looking at the second high school campus outside the window. Blue sky, white clouds, red flowers, and green grass. Old principal. Qin Fangyang was shocked. Why are you here alone? Where's your guard? Yes, I'm here to guard you. Guard you? You? Qin Fangyang was shocked. He wasn't surprised that He Yuan was guarding someone, but who could make He Yuan guard him? Although He Yaya didn't have any cultivation, her presence here was like an insurmountable mountain standing at the door. No one would disturb the people inside. To put it bluntly, even if the king of Zhongyuan came personally, he wouldn't be able to enter with He Yaya blocking the door. However, why would He Yuan guard someone? This was still an extremely ridiculous thing. Qin Fangyang couldn't understand. He couldn't understand. Who could bear to let someone who could die at any time guard him? He Yaya smiled faintly and turned to look at Qin Fangyang's face. She smiled. Teacher Qin, are you going to look for the principal? Yes, these children have just passed the 3-touch and 5 assessment. So. Yes, I know their situation. You don't have to rush in. I know everything about them. I also know the process and results of the assessment and the follow-up. He Yaya smiled. I'm afraid it will take some time inside. Let's talk here. Okay. Qin Fangyang was overjoyed. This was exactly what he wanted. Seeing Qin Fangyang's sudden smile, He Yaya narrowed her eyes and smiled. Teacher Qin. That I'm out of stock. I'm halfway done with the second update. Let's update together in the afternoon. Please give me a few monthly tickets. Chapter 109. Qin Fangyang hurriedly lowered his head. Old principal. You are very happy. He Yuanyue asked with a smile. Yes, yes. Qin Fangyang smiled from the bottom of his heart. Since the old principal is willing to personally evaluate these 6 children, then most of the evaluations are good. As a teacher, I feel honored. How can I not be happy? He Yuanyue chuckled, a trace of nervousness flashed in the depths of her eyes. These 6 children are all good children. Qin Fangyang, you taught them well. Thank you for the old principal's praise. Qin Fangyang said respectfully. Little fatty, yes, too little fatty. He Yuanhua looked at Li Chenglong and Li Chongming, and couldn't help but smile. Do your best. Li Chongming and Li Chenglong both stood straight, and even Li Chongming's daily sleepiness completely disappeared at this moment. They said in unison, Thank you, old principal, we will definitely do our best. Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiu. You too. He Yuanhua smiled. Don't forget the choice you made today. Your heart is yours, and it will be yours forever. Wan Li Xiu's face suddenly turned red, and she bowed together with Long Yuxing. Thank you for the old principal's warning. Girl, come here. He Yuanhua took out a pair of Xiao jade pendants from her bosom. Come, bend down and lower your head. Wan Li Xiu obediently lowered her head, and He Yuanhua hung a small jade pendant around her neck, smiled and said, Little Long, wear this yourself. Long Yuxing's face was also full of excitement, and he carefully took the jade pendant and wore it around his neck, with a silly smile on his face. He Yuanhua gently smiled and said, In the future, if there are any obstacles, just say, This is a gift from me, He Yuanhua, and I also said it. Yes. Wan Li Xiu and Long Yuxing both knelt on the ground, and respectfully kowtowed 9 times. Thank you, old Principal Yuqing. With He Yuanhua's words, unless the two of them were unwilling, at least within the boundaries of Phoenix City, no one could separate the two of them. Anyone who dared to forcefully tear them apart would definitely face the extreme resentment of all the strong people from the second high school. However, Zhou Xiaoduo's heart skipped a beat. Long Yuxing's face was exceptionally brilliant, showing that he had a bright future ahead of him. However, the family behind him wasn't as brilliant as him. This was something that he could see from his physiognomy, so there was something to be said. But He Yuanhua's words today, did she have a deeper meaning? Could it be that she also saw something? He Yuanhua coughed softly. Her breathing became increasingly weak as she softly said, It's a pity that I won't be able to wait until that day. Otherwise, I would definitely personally preside over it for you. Wan Li Xiu held her arm and said coquettishly, Grandma, he will definitely be able to wait. We will wait for you. He Yuanhua smiled faintly. Silly girl. Then he turned his head and looked at Umo Yen, but he didn't speak for a long time. Old Principal, you. Umo Yen started to feel uneasy. Child. He Yuanhua sighed slightly and said, Mo Yen, you are a good kid. But, you have to remember one thing, you have to remember. Umo Yen said respectfully, Old Principal, please say it. He Yuanhua thought for a long time and finally said word by word, Child, in the future, you have to remember. In this world, there is not only strength. Strength is only one aspect. In a person's life, there are too many beautiful things that you need to protect. For example, me, your classmates, your future comrades, your future wife, your future children, and your future home, and even our country. He Yuanhua said softly, This is our home, our country, our land. No matter how strong you are, it is to protect these things. Otherwise, having strength without strength is meaningless. Do you understand? Umo Yen was shaken. He silently repeated it and then slowly knelt down. Old Principal, I will remember it. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Good kid. He Yuanhua smiled happily and took off a small token from her neck. There was a word carved on it, you. Child, wear this. Grandma He's wish, what I haven't finished yet, you will help me finish it in the future. Umo Yan's face suddenly turned red. Excited. It was as if all the blood in his body had rushed to his head. He knelt down straight on the ground and slowly raised his hands, solemnly receiving the small token. When the jade token touched his palm, He Yuanhua said softly, I hope that my home will not be destroyed. I hope that my country will not be invaded. I hope that my brothers will always be happy. I hope that my sisters will always be safe. I hope that I can protect all of this. Umo Yen knelt on the ground and held the jade token with both hands. His expression was sincere as he repeated the words loudly, as if he was making an oath. His voice became clearer and clearer. I hope that my home will not be destroyed. I hope that my country will not be invaded. I hope that my brothers will always be happy. I hope that my sisters will always be safe. I hope that I can protect all of this. From today onwards, this will be my, Umo Yan's, life's goal. Life's goal. This goal will never change, I will never forget it. Yuanyue smiled happily and gently patted Umo Yan's head. She praised, good child, you are really my good child. Umo Yen only felt a surge of emotions, his chest was hot and he had a strong urge to cry. He said hoarsely, Grandma don't worry. Please, don't worry. Yuanyue nodded lightly. I'm not worried. I'm not worried. Qin Fangyang, who was at the side, suddenly felt a sour feeling in his heart. He also had an urge to cry, but he forced himself to hold it back and looked out of the window. As far as the eye could see, there was a tall red maple tree, the red leaves were red like blood, the sun was red, the colors were gorgeous, it was magnificent. If he remembered correctly, these maple trees were planted by the old principal and his men decades ago. Now, they were all grown up. After comforting Umo Yen, Yuanyue looked at Sua Xiaoduo again. Her gaze became interesting. Sua Xiaoduo. You child. Sua Xiaoduo stepped forward obediently. Old principal. Yuanyue laughed happily. When I see you, I think of your sister, it's so nice. She carefully looked at Sua Xiaoduo's face, the smile on her face became brighter and brighter. She held Sua Xiaoduo's hand and said softly, it's so nice, so nice. Sua Xiaoduo didn't know how to continue the conversation. What was nice? What did she mean by saying it was nice? Did it seem that he was really handsome? Sua Xiaoduo, I heard that you know how to read people's faces. Yuanyue was in a good mood and joked. Is it true? Qin Fangyang, who was by the window, turned his head. Sua Xiaoduo was excited. He said, yes, Grandma you know my sister. You heard from her. Yes, I know more than that. Ha! Yuanyue smiled. Sua Xiaoduo, your sister said that you know how to read people's faces. With just a few words, you can tell whether someone is dead or alive. You're very good. I wonder, do you know how to read people's aura? Aura reading. Sua Xiaoduo thought, aura reading is a branch of divination. Of course I know how to read people's aura, but I'm far from being able to use it now. But why did they talk about this? He scratched his head subconsciously and said, I don't know how to read people's aura reading yet. You don't know how to read people's aura reading yet? Yuanyue was very wise. She thought about the first few words and understood. She laughed and said, reading people's aura reading and reading people's aura reading complement each other. If you're interested, you can come to my office every afternoon. We can study it together. Qin Fangyang said anxiously, hurry up and thank the old principal. Sua Xiaoduo knelt and kowtowed. He said, thank you, old principal. Call me Grandma That's what your sister calls me. Yuanyue pretended to be serious. Then, she smiled and said, yes, Grandma Sua Xiaoduo followed her advice and immediately changed the way he addressed her. Good child. Old principal, do you know Sua Xiaoduo's cerebral palsy sister? Qin Fangyang asked. Cerebral palsy sister. Yuanyue's eyes widened. Then, she suddenly burst out laughing. She swayed back and forth. Who said? He has a cerebral palsy sister? He said it himself. Qin Fangyang raised his eyebrows. I thought it was really cerebral palsy. This kid said that he was very pitiful. He said how poor he was and how he couldn't afford to eat. He said that he had a cerebral palsy sister at home. I believed him at that time. I even sponsored this kid with a few pieces of jade of astral souls. Ha ha ha. He Yuanyue was overjoyed. Little rascal. Sua Xiaoduo looked embarrassed. I was just saying. I didn't expect Teacher Qin to be so honest. She actually believed me. Not only did she believe me, but she also gave me the jade of astral souls. She really gave it to me. He Yuanyue laughed even more happily. As she laughed, she suddenly blurted out, Sua Xiaoduo, what do you think of my face? She had originally asked this question with a smile. Her original intention was to joke with the younger generation, but as soon as she asked this, she immediately felt that it was inappropriate. However, at this moment, she could no longer take it back. Her expression couldn't help but change slightly. Sua Xiaoduo's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Oh my God, is your face something that can be casually judged? If I were to tell you the truth, plus a certain someone is nearby, wouldn't you be sent away immediately? How would I be able to do that? He looked at He Yuanyue's face. He Yuanyue's eyes were vaguely nervous. She said in a trembling voice, Child, I value fate the most. If there's something that you shouldn't say, it's fine if you don't say it. Sua Xiaoduo said softly, Grandma He, in this life, you have benefited many people. Your merits are immeasurable. It's really beyond the scope of what I can observe. Judging words is really difficult for me. However, there's no harm in giving you a poem. He Yuanyue immediately relaxed. She laughed and said, Xiaoduo, it's been many, many years since someone gave me a poem. Read it, I'll listen. Sua Xiaoduo pondered for a moment and said softly, There are many regrets in this life. My great love fills the galaxy. The spring breeze and the plum blossoms all over the world. Thousands of years of history are carved by jade. Chapter 110. He Yuanyue was stunned upon hearing that. She lowered her head, her white hair trembling slightly. She muttered, In this life. There are many regrets. There are many things in the past. Love fills the galaxy. There are many peaches and plums in the spring breeze, thousands of years of history. She sighed softly. Beside her, Qin Fangyang's blue robe was fluttering slightly under her eyelids. She could also feel Qin Fangyang's gaze on her. In this life, there are many regrets. Sua Xiaoduo's poem had only 4 lines in total. 3 of them were praises. However, at this moment, Qin Fangyang and He Yuanyue's thoughts were all on the first line. Their hearts were filled with the first line. He Yuanyue lowered her head and sighed softly. He Yuanyue immediately understood that Sua Xiaoduo's fortune-telling skills were indeed quite good. He had obviously seen through many things. Not only did this brat know fortune-telling, but his attainments were also profound. It was even unfathomable. Thank you for your poem, Xiaoduo. He Yuanyue heaved a sigh of relief and said softly, This is the best gift I have received in my life. With this poem, I, He Yuanyue, have not lived in vain. She said softly, Be thick-skinned. This poem can be written on my tombstone. Sua Xiaoduo said obediently, If Grandma He likes it, I can make it for you at any time. My literary talent is very good. He Yuanyue couldn't help but laugh. She scolded him with a smile, Sly. The sadness that had just surged up was washed away by his words. Only joy remained in her heart. "Teacher Qin," he Yuanhua said. Qin Fangyang immediately turned around. "Old principal. I just suggested to Changjiang that you continue to teach Swishaodua's martial arts teacher class." Qin Fangyang was shocked. "Huh? Yes, my idea is not limited to this. I hope that you can continue to teach these children until they break through the acquired realm to the innate realm, break through the embryonic breathing realm, and graduate from this school." He Yuanhua smiled faintly. "Teacher Qin, these are all good children. They are worth your effort to teach them well." Qin Fangyang nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry, old principal. I will do my best to teach them well." He Yuanhua smiled with satisfaction, nodded, and said, "Swishaoduo is destined to be with me. Remember to bring him to my office every afternoon. Perhaps he will be the successor of my qi observation skill. I thought that this skill would die with me, but I met him by accident. It seems that it is fate." Qin Fangyang was overjoyed. "Thank you, old principal." The smile on Qin Fangyang's face didn't fade even after he returned to the classroom. "Every day. Come to my office. Every day." The excitement in Qin Fangyang's heart was indescribable, and he felt extremely happy. Right now, he automatically ignored the words "bring Swishaoduo," and only knew one thing: I can see Qianqian every day. This was undoubtedly an indescribable encouragement to Qin Fangyang. In his excitement, he slapped the back of Swishaodua's head and laughed out loud. "Little trickster, you're really something. It's all thanks to you this time." Swishaoduo was completely unprepared and was almost turned into a retard by the slap. Even though he tried his best to support himself, he still couldn't keep his footing. He staggered forward and fell to the ground with a mouthful of dog feces. It gnawed firmly on the cement ground, gnawing on the road for a while. "It's all thanks to me. Is this how you thank your benefactor? Are you trying to buy someone's life? What a fucking weirdo." However, in the afternoon of the second day, Swishaoduo really knew why he Yuanhua asked Qin Fangyang to send him here. It had nothing to do with the two of them. It was really a special training for him, hidden weapon training. He Yuanhua only had one request. It was a very simple request, and it was only one word. "Hurry." In just a short quarter of an hour, Swishaodua's arms were swollen to the size of his thighs. Qin Fangyang's role was to comb Swishaodua's meridians. What's a hidden weapon? It's a weapon that kills the enemy in one shot when they're unprepared. However, when it reaches a high level, it's difficult to take advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness. This is also the main reason why hidden weapons can only be used now, and it won't be used much in the future. When facing an enemy, you have to be able to kill him in one shot when he's fully prepared. This is the meaning of hidden weapons to you now. And in order to achieve this goal, the first prerequisite is speed. Strength can increase speed, but you can't maximize your strength to increase speed. He Yuanhua said, "As for the hidden weapon training, I can only teach you for 7 days. After 7 days, you will officially enter the martial arts master class. At that time, you will go out to do missions like other martial arts masters. You will hunt astral beasts, collect astral soul stones, collect all kinds of resources, exchange them for school contribution points, and train in the gravity room. If you can exchange enough contribution points to train in the gravity room for a year, then train for a full year. The gravity room will be the best way for you to train your hidden weapon speed." After Qin Fangyang finished combing Swishaodua's meridians, he only gave him a few minutes to rest. Then, he took him out to beat. Yes, train him. After that, he was beaten until his whole body was swollen, and not just his arms. Unexpectedly, he Yuanhua did not allow Swishaoduo to heal his wounds. Under such circumstances, she allowed him to continue training his hidden weapon in her office. Speed. You have to be fast. This time, his training partner was Sister Lawn. When you can use your hidden weapon to kill me in one hit, then you will be considered a master. Sister Lawn said coldly. Sua Xiao Duo was dumbfounded. He was almost at the level of a retard. This woman's cultivation might be even higher than Qin Fangyang's. You want me to use my hidden weapon to kill you in one hit? Even if you stand there and don't move, I will use up all my hidden weapon on you. After using up all my hidden weapon, I am afraid that I won't be able to hurt you at all. Giving me such an impossible task, you are clearly bullying me. How can I bear to hit you? Sua Xiao Duo tried to act cute in an attempt to get away with it. Unfortunately, his trick failed miserably in front of Sister Lawn. All he got in return was a merciless beating from Sister Lawn. In the afternoon, Qin Fangyang beat Sua Xiao Duo up 5 times. Sister Lawn was even more ruthless. She beat Sua Xiao Duo up 7 times. I miss Nian Mao. Nian Mao is still the best. Sua Xiao Duo was extremely aggrieved. Nian Cat wasn't that ruthless. These two people, a man and a woman, were really ruthless. They beat Master Zhua to death without giving him any face at all. Your hidden weapon is not bad. Unexpectedly, after Sister Lawn saw Sua Xiaoduo's hidden weapon made of jade, she actually expressed her admiration for the first time. Not bad. Really? Sua Xiaoduo was confused. Is there a mistake somewhere? The biggest purpose of this thing's existence is just to show off. In the past, we have fought countless times with the Umno Alliance. We have tested too many metal weapons. The Umno Alliance was able to find a countermeasure in a very short time. They can even control it in reverse. For example, the mysterious heavenly body of the Umno Alliance. No matter what kind of weapon you use, he can quickly assimilate it. In the end, the weapon will only be absorbed by the opponent's body and cannot be removed. Furthermore, the mysterious heavenly body can temporarily absorb the power of the opponent's weapon. In other words, the stronger your weapon is, the more likely it will be for the opponent to kill you once it is absorbed. The Jade of Astral Souls is hard, but it contains a lot of spiritual energy. It is also easy to control. The ordinary jadeite you chose is not of the metal element. It will not be affected by external spiritual energy. If you fight against the mysterious heavenly body, not only will you not be restrained by the opponent, but you will also be able to control the opponent very well. Although the weakness of the jadeite is a problem, as long as your cultivation reaches a certain level, you will definitely be able to transform this jadeite hidden weapon into a great killing weapon. For a hidden weapon expert, even flying leaves and flowers can kill people, let alone a jadeite that is far superior in quality. So, your choice of hidden weapon is really good. It was rare for Sister Lawn to give such a long speech of praise. Even He Yuanyue was a little surprised that she said so much in one breath. Finally, it was 5:00 in the afternoon. Sua Xiaoduo had completely turned into a steamed bun from head to toe. It was the kind that was so swollen that it cracked. Not to mention other parts, his head was already swollen 3 times. His originally handsome little face was now completely unbearable to look at. Even his mother and Nian Nian Cat might not be able to recognize who this chubby boy was. Beaten to the point that even his mother would not be able to recognize him, this saying was perfectly reflected on Sua Xiaoduo's body at this moment. And there was also his big sister. Don't hit his eyes in the future. He Yuanyue frowned and warned Qin Fangyang and Sister Lawn, you can add the strength of the eye to other places. At first, Sua Xiaoduo thought that this was a compliment, but in the end Sua Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. Xiaoduo, let me tell you a wise saying. Before you grow up, He Yuanyue said, the more you get beaten up, the better. Sua Xiaoduo sprawled on the chair like a dead dog. His thin body, which had been able to sit on the chair with ease, could no longer fit in. Now, let's study the aura observation technique. Yuan's hair was neatly combed. She held an ancient book in her hand and said, "What is the aura observation technique? To understand it, you must first understand what qi is." Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are divided into the 5 elements, but they are also the foundation of the world. They complement each other and reinforce each other. At the same time, they are also the fundamental components of the aura observation technique. Once you master the aura observation technique, you can see the fortune of a person, the prosperity of a house, the topography of a mountain, the rise and fall of a country. Even the changes of the world are all within the scope of the aura observation technique. Chapter 111. Remember, some people call the aura examination technique the art of divination or the art of geomancy. But I want to tell you that this is a big mistake. The aura examination technique is a broad and profound knowledge that encompasses everything. It can truly bring prosperity to the country, support the country, and control the general trend of the world. It is the most profound knowledge in the world. It is also the most difficult knowledge to learn and master. Looking at the geomancy of a house and the landscape of a graveyard are just the most shallow and basic methods to get started. However, the aura examination technique is difficult to learn and master. It is difficult to master without great luck, wisdom, and painstaking effort. Now, let's begin. When Yuanyue officially started teaching, she did not avoid Qin Fangyang. In fact, when Qin Fangyang planned to go out to avoid arousing suspicion, Yuanyue stopped him. "With my knowledge, I only regret that I don't teach enough people, and I don't have the thought of keeping it to myself. If you can also get started, it will be a great good. Whether it is for yourself, for your family, or for the country, it will be a great thing." After this teaching, not only was Sua Xiaoduo intoxicated, but even Qin Fangyang felt as if a new world had opened up in front of him. If he did not listen to it with his own ears, it would be hard for him to imagine that Yuanyue's knowledge was so profound. With the 5 elements of heaven and man as the foundation, she described the history of the continent from dynasty to dynasty. She looked at the big picture and started with the details. The aura examination technique was meticulous and meticulous. Even Qin Fangyang, a teacher who had taught countless people, was completely fascinated. Every time he heard a wonderful part, he almost could not help but slap the table and praise. Yuanyue's voice seemed to have some kind of magic that could easily lead people into the world she described and immerse them in it. The office had unknowingly become filled with spiritual fog. The extremely rich spiritual energy spontaneously nourished the bodies of the 4 people. When the class ended, Sua Xiaoduo was shocked to find that the swelling on his body had disappeared. Not only did he recover to his full state, but he even improved a little. Obviously, it was the rich spiritual fog in the office that was amazing. Don't slack off at night. When I was cultivating on my own, I would get swollen like this at least 3 times. If your sister is at home and assists you, you can increase it to 6 times. With your sister by your side, no matter how hard you cultivate, you won't hurt your muscles and bones. Yuanyue's parting words echoed in his ears. It's so hard to be a martial artist. Sua Xiaoduo looked up at the sky and sighed. Luckily, I've already used up all my hidden weapons. Even if I wanted to train, I wouldn't be able to. Today, I'll just be lazy and focus on training my yuan qi. Sua Xiaoduo returned home. Looking at the 10 sacks that suddenly appeared in the living room, he was confused. What is this? What else could it be? Your hidden weapon. Sua Xiaoyan hopped out with her hands behind her back. I bought these especially for you. There are 2 million of them in total. What do you think? Are you surprised, and touched? La la la. Swish-Xiao Duo stared blankly at the 10 big gunny sacks in front of him. He was completely dumbfounded. La la la. Aren't you too touched? So touched that you don't know what to say. Swish-Xiaoyan walked in circles in front of him. I don't dare to move. Swish-Xiao Duo almost burst into tears. Touched? I don't dare to move at all. In the afternoon, Grandma, he called me. Swish-Xiaoyan wrinkled her nose and looked at Swish-Xiao Duo. Doggy, you're really something. Grandma, he likes you. You're really something. He hugged Swish-Xiao Duo's head and rubbed his head with both hands as he shouted excitedly, my dog has really grown up this time, ho 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 ho. Swish-Xiao Duo almost suffocated. Let go. Dong. Swish-Xiaoyan felt a tickle on her head. Crazy girl, let go of my son. Go cook. Oh. Swish-Xiaoyan let go of Swish-Xiao Duo and went into the kitchen. However, Swish-Xiao Duo's hair had become a chicken's nest. It was the nest of an old hen that didn't care about beauty. Dinner. The table was full of dazzling dishes. It was very sumptuous. Swish-Xiao Duo didn't care about anything else and buried his head in eating. Swish-Changlu, Wu Yuting, and Swish-Xiaoyan were excitedly discussing tomorrow's school assembly. They were all laughing happily. They were full of joy. In short, they were very happy. Swish-Xiao Duo was also very happy. This is my glory. The glory that I fought for. Seeing his family so happy, Swish-Xiao Duo's heart was full of glory, and pride. That's great. He vaguely felt that he had missed something. However, in such a happy atmosphere, Swish-Xiao Duo didn't think too much. He was as happy as a hungry puppy who saw a delicious bowl of food. That night, Swish-Xiao Duo did more than he Yuan's request 3 times. So much so that he practiced all the way until 2:30 in the morning. Swish-Xiaoyan's heart was in so much pain that her eyes were filled with tears. She had seen with her own eyes how Swish-Xiao Duo kept shooting out the hidden weapons as if he had gone mad. Every time he shot out the hidden weapons, he had to use all of his strength. In less than a quarter of an hour, his arms and shoulders had swollen to the size of his thighs. Then, he took a rest, cleared his throat, and continued to practice. Swish-Xiaoyan was greatly moved by his effort and focus. Doggy, your situation is different from others. You really don't have to work so hard. Swish-Xiaoyan massaged Swish-Xiao Duo's shoulders, arms, and wrists with heartache. The flaming sun scripture that you practice is different from others. Its power is much stronger than others. You just have to improve your skill and the power of your hidden weapons will naturally increase. I know. Swish-Xiao Duo said calmly, but if the speed can't increase, the power of the hidden weapons will be lacking. If you just rely on your inner strength and don't have the corresponding speed, the power of the hidden weapons will never reach its peak. I can do it. I must do it. Swish-Xiao Duo took a deep breath. He wanted to say a lot of things, but he couldn't say a word. He just started to practice again. Swish-Xiaoyan stood under a tree and looked at him with infatuation. This doggy. He was usually glib and cunning, as if he was afraid of hardships and beatings. He always looked lazy and didn't want to work hard. He just wanted to be a salted fish. But who knew that under such a glib appearance, there was such a tenacious and indestructible character? In fact, he was not afraid of anything. He was not afraid of hardships, tiredness, or beatings. Because he knew that he started too late. Because he knew that he had a home, parents and sister behind him. Especially me, I will face a death tribulation soon. He has to be responsible for my death tribulation and help me through it. How can he do it without enough strength? Therefore, he urgently wanted to increase his strength to the limit that he could currently reach. Thinking about Swishaoduo's fragmented diary, Swishaonian's heart ached even more. But what he felt was pride, and a sense of security that he was fearless. With Xiao Duo doing so many things for me, Swishaonian, what are you afraid of? In the master bedroom of the Zhuo family. Wu Yuding leaned against the head of the bed. Her eyes were unexpectedly far away. Long road. Yes. I always feel that. We owe our children. There is no such thing as owing or not owing. Zhuo Chonglu also leaned against the head of the bed. His face was also a little heavy. He said thoughtfully, we brought them into this world and raised them. As parents, we have done our duty. There is no such thing as owing. We have done all the things that parents can do in this world, and we have even done more than them. We have used our relationship as brothers to pave the way for our children. We have fought for opportunities that others can't imagine. This is already very good. I know what you are thinking. But more resources, more convenience. Those are unrealistic. Going too far is as bad as falling short. You should know that you and I are now ordinary people. Even if an ordinary person cuts you or me, he or she will die. This is the helplessness of human beings. We can't protect them with the power of ordinary parents. We have already provided them with the greatest help that we can give them. The rest is up to them to walk on their own path. If you really want to help them and break through the upper limit, first, it may not be a good thing for them. Second, we have stopped the tribulation of transforming into the mortal world. We have to stay in the Arcana land for at least 10 years to merge our original spirits with our bodies. If anything were to happen in these 10 years, it would have happened long ago. You and I can't do anything about it. It is better to stay on the sidelines and seek peace of mind. Zhuo Zhonglu spoke very slowly. He broke everything down into pieces and separated them clearly. Wu Yuding listened very carefully. She sighed faintly. Besides, Zhuo Chonglu's eyes were solemn. There have been seniors who have gone through the tribulation of transforming into the mortal world. But few people have succeeded and reached a higher realm. I suspect that the so-called experience of our predecessors is all wrong. Wu Yuding was shocked and straightened her body. Ah. Why do you have such an idea? I only started to have this idea after I had little Duo, but it's only recently that I've gained further enlightenment. Zhuo Chonglu said in a low voice, most of the seniors who have transformed into the mortal world were alone. Even if there were couples who transformed into the mortal world, there were no children. But the tribulation of the mortal world is something that one has to go through in all the forms of life. Children. It is fate and also a sin. It can be said to be the biggest tribulation for parents. Without children, this life is incomplete. Since it is incomplete, how can the tribulation of transforming into the mortal world be complete? And we have felt the fluctuation of our state of mind in these few days. Obviously, we are moving in a better direction to break through the tribulation. And all of this is because of Xiao Duo. This also means that our path, by chance, is on the right path. Everyone has too many doubts, so I might as well reveal it. Swishaoduo's parents, you have guessed correctly, but you have also guessed wrongly. Yes, so please subscribe, monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Today's fourth update, please vote. Chapter 112. Because we have experienced birth, old age, sickness, and death. We have experienced raising children. We have experienced the life of the mortal world and the life of an ordinary person. Zhuo Chonglu pondered and said, perhaps this is the real tribulation of the mortal world. Wu Yuding fell into deep thought. So, Xiaoduo's birth was definitely an accident. However, this accident that was not part of our plan has instead become the last part of our tribulation transcendence. Zhuo Chonglu smiled helplessly. You have been spoiling him since he was young. You really spoiled him well. Sigh, now when I think of you when you are happy, I can't help but give him a nickname. At that time, you clearly treated Xiaoduo as a toy. You even played with him since he was young. Tell me, when did I become like you? Wu Yuding pouted. Good, good. You make it sound like I don't really love the child. Zhuo Chonglu laughed and said, don't think about the long term. Don't think about the help of cultivation. The only thing we need to think about is to live our lives seriously. Let nature take its course, and we will pass this test. I think that when we pass this test, Xiaoduo and Nian will have grown up. It will be the best of both worlds. Wu Yuding imagined the future. She could not help but smile gently and said, I sincerely hope that these two children can be safe. Zhuo Chonglu nodded and said, actually, the question in my heart is the real puzzle. Normally, we are born in the mortal world. Our cultivation has been locked by the way of heaven. Our luck is still different from ordinary people. The combination of essence, energy, and spirit should be constant. How can there be children under such conditions? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and did not answer. Zhuo Chonglu muttered to himself, you didn't notice it at that time. It was only 3 months later that you felt something was wrong. Because we didn't think in that direction at all. We all knew that it was impossible. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes again. But there was Xiaoduo. Zhuo Chonglu frowned. After Xiaoduo, we've made a lot of efforts over the years, but nothing happened. Is there really nothing strange about this? Wu Yuding immediately blushed and rolled her eyes even more. I've thought about it over and over again. Zhuo Zhonglu had a pensive look on his face as he held Wu Yuding in his arms. Then, he asked in a very serious tone as if he was studying an academic problem, is there something wrong with the posture? Shameless. If there's another one. Let's call him Zhuo Xiaoyu. Get lost. Oh. The next day. In second high. Red flags fluttered in the wind, and there was a sea of people. Countless parents rushed into the school grounds of No. 2 High School. Coupled with the music that was being played all around, it was no different from a sports meeting. Many of the students who had been taken away had been released after going through the Crystal Gate and Qingxin Lake. Some of them were still in a state of panic. Naturally, their whole families would participate in the school activities when they had the opportunity. Of course, there were 2 people who didn't come back. Xing Dei. Qing Fangji. Xing Dei and young Master Qing had died silently in the prison of Star Shield. This matter made Chief Jiang Zhongbin furious, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. He didn't care about Xing Dei's death. However, Qing Fangji's death made Chief Jiang fly into a rage. Only this one was confirmed. He wanted to use this as a breakthrough point. However, this one was dead. During this period of time, everyone in Star Shield couldn't even protect themselves. Chief Jiang looked at everyone as if they were spies from the Umno Alliance. The guard on the day of Qing Fangji's death was immediately thrown into prison by Chief Jiang after the incident. Chief Jiang had also set up an inescapable net to monitor Qing Fangji's family, waiting for the Umno Alliance to come. In fact, on the night of Qing Fangji's death, the Umno Alliance did come. 2 masters came in from the left and right. The masters of Star Shield City Guard's mansion fought with all their might. They fought until the sky turned dark and the sun and moon lost their light. In the end, the 2 masters of the Umno Alliance who couldn't break through the heavy defense chose to retreat. However, when the guards went in to see Qing Fangji's family again, they were shocked to find that the family, along with the 7 Masters of Star's shield who were lying in ambush, were all dead. This wasn't the other party retreating at the right time. They knew that their goal had been achieved and they fled. On the same day, many parts of Phoenix City were set ablaze, and wails and cries were everywhere. All the executives of Qing Fangji's family company died that night. No one was spared. The headquarters of the Qing conglomerate's Chinese medicine company was set ablaze. No one knew how many fire starters were thrown into the building. In addition, the fire trucks that rushed over after hearing the news were intercepted on the way. All the fire hydrants within a 6-kilometer radius were destroyed. Therefore, by the time dawn broke the next day, the building had been completely burned into ruins. It was beyond recognition. After the incident, it was speculated that a lot of incendiary materials should have been set up in advance in this building. All these things made Governor Wang Pingyuan's hair stand on end. He shuddered. Perhaps to the people, all this just felt was that something had happened. There was a commotion, a fire, people died, and so on. However, anyone with half a brain could think of who could come and go freely in the heavily guarded Star Shield and kill people calmly. Who was it that killed Qing Fangji's family without a sound? Who could set off a fire in the downtown area and brazenly intercept and kill the fire trucks? As for arranging the incendiary materials in advance and destroying all the fire hydrants, it was simply a trivial matter. However, the most frightening thing was that the people of the UMNO alliance were always able to withdraw the moment their reinforcements arrived. All these meticulous arrangements made Governor Wan feel that his buttocks were sitting on the mouth of a volcano. And this volcano had already begun to erupt. It could burn him to ashes at any time, just like that building. It seems that the entire Phoenix City has been infiltrated into a sieve. Governor Wan had to admit this point. When he asked for help from the higher-ups, he said very clearly, the people of the UMNO alliance have been dormant for a long time, but when they move, they will shock the heavens. Based on the commotion they created in Phoenix City, you can imagine their hidden combat power. What's more, you can imagine that they must have bigger moves behind them. I suspect that the UMNO alliance has a huge plan. I request that the higher-ups focus on the old principle He Yuan's theory of the Phoenix vein. Something big will happen in Phoenix City soon. Please pay attention to it. Wan Pingyuan finally made this decision. Although it was a very difficult thing for him to do. For the officials in charge of the government to be in such a state of chaos, it was already hard for them to absolve themselves from the blame. Who didn't want to govern peacefully? If they could suppress something, who would want to report it? It was better to report the good news than the bad news. It was better to seek no merit than to seek no fault. This was the unspoken rule of the government. But now, Wan Pingyuan didn't dare to suppress it anymore. Right now, his heart was palpitating with fear. Phoenix City, this tiny place, what was it hiding? How could it make the UMNO alliance send so many people here? The current situation was very obvious. Things were far from starting. The leader of the UMNO alliance hadn't arrived yet. But even so, the situation had already reached the point where it was close to getting out of control. Then, when the other party's plan really started, what kind of situation would Phoenix City become? Wan Pingyuan didn't even dare to think about it. He could only vaguely feel that an unprecedented bloody storm was about to start in Phoenix City. As for how big this storm was, no one dared to make wild guesses. He Yuan's many years of hard work to no avail. So a Xiao Duo, this little butterfly, just lightly flapped its wings, and it started flapping. Maybe it was a coincidence, or maybe it was the right time. But all of this was because of such a ridiculous little thing that the curtain was pulled open. Time, fate, and luck. After a series of actions, the UMNO alliance had already retracted their claws and teeth after achieving their goals. They, who had paid a considerable price, were also licking their wounds. The governor's office, city guards, and Star Shield were even more on guard. I really don't dare to trust anyone now. Director Jiang reported to his superior, Star Shield. The army, the city guards, the governor's office, the inspection bureau. I suspect that they have all been infiltrated by the UMNO Alliance. Even within the Phoenix City Star Shield, there is most likely a traitor. I don't dare to trust anyone. Please send an expert to assist. Focus on the matter of the Phoenix vein that the old principal He Yuanhua mentioned before. I request the superiors to pay attention to this matter. The UMNO Alliance, the Big Dipper, and the Southern Dipper are all gathered here. How can this be a small matter? I request that the most powerful person be sent here. I request that the Dragon Blood team be stationed in Phoenix City. Director Jiang held the phone and was almost shouting. His shiny scalp was covered in sweat. He pulled out a few strands of hair on both sides of his head. I request, immediately. Now. Immediately. Quickly. Originally, for the sake of the old principal, Director Jiang, Director Sun, and Governor Wan had to be present for this grand event. But now, Phoenix City was in a mess. Chief Jiang, Governor Wan, and everyone else was already in a terrible fix. In fact, they had no time to attend this commendation ceremony. The only one who came was Director Sun from the Martial Arts Department. But even Director Sun, who came, did not look good. After he arrived, he went straight to He Yuanhua's office to report the current situation. Finally. It's going to be revealed. After listening to Director Sun, He Yuanhua was stunned for a long time. After a while, she took a deep breath. Her gaze was complicated. It's not that the higher-ups don't believe what I said. It's just that. It's not that bad yet. The old lady smiled bitterly. Teacher, what do you think? Director Sun said carefully. Forget it. He Yuanhua was in a daze for a long time. Then, she said slowly, hopefully, it's not too late. Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding walked into the school with Zhou Xiaoyan, causing waves of exclamations. More in the afternoon. It's so hot. I'm going to get a heat stroke. So, please subscribe to the recommendation tickets. Their faces were full of glory and radiance. The chairs in the front row were all red. They were spacious and comfortable. There was even a red carpet under their feet. The most important thing was that there were only a total of 10 seats. It was very eye-catching. The Zhou family occupied 3 seats in the middle. It was even more eye-catching. This is really high-spirited. Who else but me? The music kept ringing. The school leaders began to take their seats on the rostrum. Of course, the seat in the middle was taken by Director Sun of the Martial Arts Educational Bureau. However, Director Sun felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He Yuanhua was also here. She was watching with a smile on her face. Director Sun felt like he had hemorrhoids. If other alumni knew that he had driven the old principal aside during the school event, he would probably be hung up to dry on the same day. Although it was the old principal who insisted on not sitting here and insisted that he sit here, those guys, who would reason with you. Especially those bastards who were still in the sun-moon pass. Director Sun's but twisted and turned like he had hemorrhoids. He felt uncomfortable all over. However, Li Changjiang and several vice principals who were sitting next to him all turned a blind eye to him. They completely ignored Director Sun's pleading gaze. Finally, there was a scapegoat sitting there. It would be strange if they would change seats with you. Besides, you are also a leader. Who asked you to be the director of the Martial Arts Educational Bureau? If you don't take this seat, who will? If it were me, Li Changjiang, hee hee. I don't want to die yet. You can't die without me. Li Changjiang's face was sanctimonious. However, he was very happy in his heart. Damn you, Monkey Sunday. Who asked you to show off your authority in front of me every day? Just take it. Today, I will treat you as a joke. How about it? Li Changjiang said a few opening remarks. Then, it was Director Sun's turn to speak. It was the so-called leader's speech. Director Sun breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly stood up and took the microphone from Li Changjiang's hand. He walked out of his seat and stood up. Then, he gave a passionate and emotional speech. Especially, he emphasized on the old principle's cultivation and how grateful he was. This speech alone took more than 15 minutes. In the end, his eyes turned red. He kept looking at the video of the Martial Arts Educational Bureau. Zoom in. Close up. Focus on my eyes. Take a shot of my tears. Take a shot of my true feelings. Otherwise, those guys will definitely kill me. The one who recorded the video, you have to be sensible today. The Martial Arts Educational Bureau's videographer understood what he meant. He took a few steps back and lowered his body. He covered the entire banners and the entire venue. He could only hear Director Sun's earth-shattering voice. However, his face could not be seen clearly. From afar, he could only see Director Sun's towering figure. Standing on the stage, he looked even more mighty and powerful. He had the aura of a king descending to the world. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Director Sun's vision turned black. It's over. Recording, you're not helping me or flattering me. You're sending me to the gates of hell. I will look at the school's video later. This guy, I will fire him when I get back. They even said that they found the smartest guy to follow me. What the hell is this smartest guy? This is clearly the type that will get me killed. Could it be that this guy belongs to the Umno Alliance? Is he here to destroy our internal unity? Director Sun was originally impassioned. However, towards the end, he felt like he was on his last breath. Even his face was a little pale. He forced himself to say a few more words before he ended his speech. Hu Ruoyun stood beside He Yuanhua with a glowing face. She covered her mouth and laughed. Teacher He, I know very well what Monkey Sun is afraid of. He Yuanhua also smiled. This guy's monkey nature doesn't change. This is very normal. If he thinks too much, it will cause trouble. If he was just sitting there calmly, no one would think anything of it. But he was twisting his butt, changing his expression, and looking left and right. Those guys could tell at a glance what he was afraid of. How could they not take advantage of the situation and mess with him? Under such circumstances, it would be a waste not to mess with him. If they mess with him, wouldn't it be a waste? Looks like this guy is doomed to be beaten up. Hu Ruoyun laughed. Ruoyun, how is your situation now? What is your specific cultivation level? He Yuanhua asked. Teacher, I am now walking on the path of thorns. I have already reached the 3rd level. Hu Ruoyun said, originally, with the effect of the Supreme Dan and the Star Soul Grass, there was still a lot left. It was enough to directly break through the embryonic breathing stage. However, it is better to take the path of thorns step by step. It is inevitable that your foundation will be damaged. He Yuanhua nodded and said, this is the best choice. Ruoyun, no matter how hard it is, you have to accumulate more than 6 levels. Then you can rush through the path of thorns in one go. Only then can you go further. Yes, I understand. The stage had already reached the commendation segment. The topic of the speech was back to Li Changjiang. Zhua Xiaoduo, Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu, Yu Moyin, Li Changming, Li Changlong. These 6 students are especially outstanding. They have successfully broken through and advanced to the next level before the end of the warrior class. The 6 students who advanced to the next level this time are rare in the history of the second high school. Teacher Qin Fong-young of the 9th class has contributed the most to this. Other than that, many other students in the 9th class are also on the verge of a breakthrough. Among them, Zhou Xiao Duo is the most outstanding. Li Chongjiang began to praise Zhou Xiao Duo. This was naturally a segment that had been arranged beforehand. Even though they knew this, Zhou Chonglu, Wu Yuting, and Zhou Xiaonian still stood up straight with smiles on their faces. After Zhou Xiao Duo broke through to the martial warrior level, he has been cultivating with all his might. In just a few days, he has broken through to the martial master level and even reached the peak of the martial master level. This is 2 consecutive leaps. This is a rare miracle in 100 years. Principal Li's voice was unusually excited. Below the stage, Zhou Xiao Duo, who was waiting to receive the award, puffed out his chest. He was elated and high-spirited. Li Chongjiang's tone changed and became serious. Perhaps everyone doesn't know, but Zhou Xiao Duo comes from an extremely poor family. According to him, his father had to sell his blood to pay for his school fees. His mother had to fight with others to carry gunny sacks and do manual labor in order to raise enough money for his school fees. Moreover, he has an older sister who has cerebral palsy since childhood. Zhou Chonglu was dumbfounded. Wu Yuting was confused. Zhou Xiaonian was annoyed. Zhou Chonglu and Wu Yuting looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. Is he talking about my family? This is bad. It's over. It's a mistake. This brat was lying about his family situation that it's over. It's all over now that he really did not know about Zhou Xiaoduo's family situation. With Principal Li's status and experience, if this had happened to any other child in second high, Li Chongjiang would have done a thorough investigation of the other party's background. There was no way he would have made such a big mistake. However, after he Yuanhua hid Zhou Xiaonian's information, even Zhou Chonglu and his wife's information was blocked. Therefore, Li Chongjiang really did not know about the specific situation of the Zhou family. Coincidentally, when he mentioned to Zhou Xiao Duo about the school assembly and the award, Zhou Xiao Duo was stingy about activating his innate talent. Instead, he was possessed by a movie star and pretended to be a poor kid. He worked tirelessly and even described his family members to be miserable. This led to this tear-inducing, but actually false, article. However, in this situation, even with Principal Li's experience, he still did not know what to do. He really did not know how to end this. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Chonglu and Wu Yuting stood up slowly. The husband and wife had smiles on their faces. Their faces were calm and proud as they clapped for their son. The man was handsome, and the woman was graceful. Both of them were calm and composed, indifferent and carefree. There was only pride, only glory. There was no awkwardness at all. The couple slowly turned around and faced all the parents and students with smiles on their faces. They smiled and waved their hands calmly. It was as if the incident just now was just an insignificant interlude. It was as if nothing had happened. We are just here to enjoy the glory that my son has brought to me. This is my son, my glory, my pride. My son's achievements are enough for me to be proud of and brag about for the rest of my life. Zhou Xiao Duo looked at his father's tall and straight figure. His flustered and embarrassed heart suddenly calmed down. His back was like a high mountain, blocking all the raging waves that were rushing towards him. As long as Daddy is here, I won't feel afraid at all. This is the ultimate safety. I have Daddy. I have Mommy. It's so good to have both of you. Zhou Chonglu waved and smiled. His handsome and sunny face was full of gentleness, gentleness, and calmness. He slowly turned around and looked at his son and his wife. They were applauding and looking at him with encouragement and glory. Go, Daddy and Mommy are here. We believe that you can handle it well. It's just an insignificant embarrassment. Even if you can't handle it well, Daddy and Mommy will still be here to support you. Daddy will bear all the storms for you. We won't be angry, and we won't feel awkward because you are my son. Xiao Duo suddenly felt a burst of emotion in his heart and almost shed tears. This is my daddy. This is my mommy. The warmth flowed through his heart. At this moment, he just wanted to rush into his parents' arms and cry and say that he was wrong. He would never lie or be greedy again. But now was not the time. There was still a big mess waiting for him to clean up. This was all his fault. Under Hu Ruoyun's extremely worried gaze and Wu Yuding's extremely gentle and encouraging gaze, Xiao Duo slowly stood up straight. He raised his head and smiled again. It was a confident and somewhat embarrassed smile. He took large strides and walked towards the stage. Cui Xiaonian looked at her brother's footsteps. The first step was a little hesitant. The second and third steps were already big strides. The fourth step was even more resolute. Although it was only a few steps, in Cui Xiaonian's eyes, it was as if she could see Xiao Duo's mental journey. Xiao Duo did not stop. He went straight to Li Changjiang. Under Li Changjiang's extremely complicated gaze, Xiao Duo smiled and took the microphone. His first sentence was a slightly embarrassed laugh. Everyone, I'm really sorry. I really didn't expect that my casual lie would be taken seriously by the principal. It's embarrassing, really embarrassing, ah. Although he said it was embarrassing, there was no embarrassment on his face. Instead, he looked very calm. The bright smile that flowed from the corners of his mouth immediately attracted the eyes of many young girls in the school. It's really embarrassing to talk about my family background. The root cause is that I can't bear to pay. Students who are familiar with me all know that I'm really stingy. I can't wait to split $1 in half. That day when I was paying the tuition fee, the teacher asked me why I was so late in paying the fees. So I lied. I said that my family was very poor, and the teacher took it seriously. Then, the principal took it seriously. Then, it led to this scene today. It seems that the old saying is true. A lie needs 100 lies or even more to make up for it. It's tiring, exhausting, and exhausting. At this moment, there was laughter from the audience. Many female parents looked at Xiao Duo with smiles in their eyes and murmured, "This little naughty monkey seems to be someone who doesn't know his place." However, their eyes were full of love and no disgust. Because this child had resolved half of the embarrassment with his own responsibility and calmness. Of course it's a lie, a complete lie. My family is not poor. We're not poor at all, but I'm reluctant to spend money. Xiao Duo faced everyone and said loudly, "I've always known how hard it is to earn money. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen it with my own eyes. My mother takes care of the house and calculates every expense carefully. My parents are ordinary people, but they have to raise me, a martial arts practitioner who is almost like a gold-swallowing beast. They're really very tired. I've seen it all, so I have a little bit of obsession with money. Yes, I value money very much. Because it's too difficult to earn." Xiaoduo's words had undoubtedly resonated with many of the parents present. Yes, the resources required to nurture a martial artist were indeed far from what an ordinary family could afford. Not to mention the tuition fees, which were many times more expensive than other schools, not to mention the resources required to cultivate just food. Some families would not be able to provide for it. Today was the birthday of both Feng Amnesia and Qiu Shuai'er. Therefore, I'll update another chapter for the two leaders. Cough cough, there's no such thing as adding more chapters on birthdays in the future. Today is a special occasion, so I'll add more chapters. Chapter 115. The intensity of a martial artist's daily training, compared to an ordinary person, could easily consume tens of times, or even tens of times more. And this group of half-grown brats whose cultivation was neither too high nor too low, after a day of physical exhaustion, their appetite was especially astonishing. Not to mention those high-grade ingredients that contain spirit energy, even the most ordinary rice would fill an ordinary person after eating 2 bowls. But for a martial artist, even if he ate 20 bowls, he might not be full. And what about the dishes? There was more. The eyes of many parents of ordinary students turned red. When they looked at Cui Xiao Duo on the stage, their previous astonishment and disdain were no longer there. Instead, they were a little envious. So what if they were a little embarrassed? Look at this kid. He knew that money was hard to come by, he knew how to use it, he knew how to sympathize with his parents, and he knew how to save money for his family. This was clearly a sensible child. And most importantly, this kid was able to save money for his family. Not counting the 10,000 yuan scholarship, just the return tuition fees for the martial artist class and the fully waived tuition fees for the martial arts master class were already quite a large sum. Cui Xiao Duo smiled calmly and said, I did lie at that time, and I'm not afraid to admit it. If the school had said that they would waive my tuition fees because of my poverty, I definitely wouldn't have hesitated and directly took the money home. A burst of laughter rang out. Even though I know it's immoral and I'm taking advantage of the other party's sympathy, and I'm ashamed of myself, I don't want my father to be so tired. Cui Xiao Duo said loudly, in the end, I've suffered retribution because of this lie, and now it is. To me, I'm still a child who hasn't grown up. I'm heartless and don't care if I'm shameless. A beating and scolding will be enough. But this matter, at this moment, has made my parents feel very embarrassed. For this, I'm sincerely ashamed. This is my fault, and it's completely my own actions. My parents shouldn't bear this responsibility for me. I should bear this responsibility myself. He bowed deeply. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I lied. I've wronged you. Suddenly, Wu Yuding's eyes turned red. The eyes of countless mothers below the stage also turned red at the same time. This sentence almost hit the hearts of all the mothers. Zhuo Changlu was still smiling, and his eyes were filled with gratification. Child, today, you have what a man should have. This was called responsibility. Countless fathers looked enviously at Cui Xiao Duo, who was on the stage. It was never a big deal for a child to brag or lie, but for a child to be able to face this responsibility head-on, and even bear this responsibility, just this responsibility alone was a big deal. This was something that every mature man knew. Cui Xiaonian looked at Cui Xiao Duo on the stage with pride. She was the only one who knew and understood it the most. She knew infinitely what kind of transformations Cui Xiao Duo had undergone when he walked up the stage from below. This was the transformation of a boy into a man. There were many men who lived their entire lives, and they might still be boys, men, but they were not men. Similarly, many children could be called men from the age of 10. The difference between the two could be described in 2 words: take responsibility. Those who took responsibility were men, and those who did not take responsibility were still boys, or at least, not men. When Cui Xiao Duo went on stage, took the microphone, and faced all the students and parents of the school, Cui Xiaonian almost thought that she was seeing her own father, Cui Changlu. He was so calm and unrestrained, so graceful and elegant. He was always so calm and unperturbed, with a calm and elegant smile on his lips, bearing all the wind and rain in the world. Being by his side was always safe and comfortable, and could be carefree forever. And Sua Xiaoduo, from now on, had vaguely possessed this characteristic. Although he was still very young and far from being mature, he had already begun to grow. This was without a doubt. This was Sua Xiaoduo's fourth transformation. The incident was very awkward, and it came suddenly. But it was this sudden incident that made Sua Xiaoduo's state of mind take a big step forward. Li Chongjiang breathed a sigh of relief, and Qin Fangyang's eyes were full of admiration. Hu Ruoyun was even smiling, as if her own son had grown up overnight. He Yuanyue, who was in the wheelchair, was full of admiration, heartfelt admiration. Under everyone's gaze, Sua Chonglu laughed and said loudly, "You are indeed my son. Son, no matter if you are lying or fooling around, what you said today has really made me proud. Even if you have countless achievements, scholarships, tuition waivers. All of these added together are not as good as what you said today. They are not as good as what you said today. And Mom." Wu Yuding's eyes were red, and she waved at Sua Xiaoduo. "We are proud of you." He turned around and smiled proudly. Then, he waved at the crowd. Once again, she received a lot of admiring gazes. Many parents lowered their heads and looked at their son, who still looked like a little quail. Then, they looked at Sua Xiaoduo, who admitted his mistake and bravely took responsibility for it. He used his own responsibility and carefree attitude to turn bad things into pride. They could not help but sigh. Sigh. "I can't compare to the older one, and it seems that I can't compare to the younger one either." Sua Xiaoyan wanted to jump up and shout that there was still sister. Sua Xiaoduo's sister was also very outstanding, and she definitely did not have cerebral palsy. She could not even think about it. Her heart was full of gentleness and satisfaction, and she definitely could not shout that she had cerebral palsy. Besides, if I can't shout that, there is still sister. If I shout that, what if the group of hooligans in school pester my dog? I still have to be on guard in the future. How can my identity as sister be enough? I will go back and talk to him about cerebral palsy. Sua Xiaoduo bowed on the stage. After a long time, he straightened his back and said, "A mistake is a mistake. The most important thing is to admit your mistakes and correct them. The premise is that you still made a mistake. There is no need to say anything more. Everyone, don't think that my parents are proud or whatever. Don't believe them. They are just polite words, or the so-called routine. When I go back, I will not be able to run away from a mixed double beating." Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter. Wu Yuding bit her lip and smiled. "Little brat, you still know that you are going to be beaten. Before this conference, I have carefully prepared a speech. But after being scared just now, I am not in the mood. Otherwise, I will not follow the speech. I will just say a few words casually." Qin Fangyang looked at the prepared speech in his hand, and his face was full of speechlessness. "If you want to improvise, you should have said so earlier. Actually, I am not a genius. This is not being humble or polite, and it is not a routine. The truth is that I have been repeating 5 years in the martial disciple class. Including the normal school year, it is a total of 6 years. For a family, this is equivalent to paying an extra 5 years of school fees. If it were any other family, perhaps my parents would have made the decision to transfer me to a liberal arts school. But my parents did not. They watched me struggle. They did not encourage me, nor did they discourage me. They only supported me in school as usual. It was as if repeating a year was a normal situation. These years of school life were as calm as water. There was no change at all. I shamelessly went to the martial disciple class. I felt that I could succeed, but the pressure in my heart was far beyond your imagination. Every time I returned home, I saw my parents joking with me as usual. They gave me nicknames and ordered me to do this and that. I felt that nothing had changed. I was not despised by anyone because of my poor aptitude. My parents' support could be compared to the world's disdain. So I endured. I endured for 5 years. Perhaps it had something to do with the accumulation of these years. After I broke through the martial disciples' meridians, my vitality was still surging. In a few days, I broke through all the bottlenecks and broke through the martial master bottleneck. At this conference to honor geniuses, I feel that I am unworthy. Zhuo Xiaoduo said proudly. However, the school refunded my school fees. I will not pay them back. Also, the reduced tuition and scholarship, I will also. Zhuo Xiaoduo paused for a moment and said loudly. I will not refuse. Damn. This turn of events almost threw me off. You're really talented. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he had said enough. He said, actually, my experience in cultivation is only a very, very small opinion. Even to myself, it is not worth mentioning. At this moment, Qin Fangyang felt that something was wrong. On the other side, Li Changjiang also felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Zhuo Xiaoduo said happily, actually, my greatest achievement in this half of my life is not related to martial arts, but to physiognomy. Based on your physiognomy, I can tell that your past life and present life are full of misfortunes and blessings. Just a word of life and death is absolutely correct. The audience booed at the right time. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't care about this and continued, it's not your fault that you don't believe me. If it was someone else who said this, I most likely wouldn't believe it either. But what you don't know is that my teacher is here right now. My unique skill of fortune-telling was taught by our second middle school's headmaster It was her who taught me this skill. But for now, I can only see the surface. I still need to learn more from the old headmaster. In the future, when I say life and death, even the winds and clouds of heaven and earth are in my hands, it is just a small matter. This time, it was really incredible. Li Changjiang was stunned. Qin Fangyang was dumbstruck. Hu Ruoyun was tongue-tied. This kid was really daring. But there was really no way to refute him. This was because Zhuo Xiaoduo was receiving He Yuanyue's teachings every afternoon. Among them, there was a part related to fortune-telling. How could he refute that? He Yuanyue also widened her eyes. I only taught you how to look at qi. When did I teach you fortune-telling? There's one thing, all the brothers and sisters who receive the divine light, you must register in the group before you can receive the gift. If you don't join the group, I can't contact you. The website won't help us get the address for our Feng family's event. I say, why are you all so calm? Join the group, brothers. Join the group, 1090 number 866 hashtag number 686. Chapter 116. He Yuanyue recalled what she said the other day, physiognomy is more effective and comprehensive when combined with aura observation. He Yuanyue couldn't help but smile bitterly. This frisky monkey. The moment Zhuo Xiaoduo's words came out, everyone present was shocked. What kind of status did He Yuanyue have? In Phoenix City, he was a living god. Anyone who was qualified enough to know about her would treat her with respect and love. In addition, He Yuanyue was at the scene now. If she lied, she would be exposed immediately. This kid definitely wouldn't dare to lie at this critical juncture. Everyone turned to look at He Yuanyue in the wheelchair. What they saw was He Yuanyue's bitter smile. Was this a tacit agreement? That was the truth. This kid was actually the successor of the old principal. What kind of fate was this? It was too much of a stroke of good fortune. Outside the venue, Lu Jianxing and the rest who were in charge of security were also dumbfounded. No wonder young Master Zhua is so powerful. He's the successor of the old principal. No wonder Principal Li didn't let us tell anyone. I understand now. What else is there to understand? On the rostrum, Li Chongjiang was also speechless. Your bug-like skill. I did everything I could to help you hide it, afraid that it would be disadvantageous to you if others knew about it. In the end, you advertised yourself in front of tens of thousands of people. What the hell is this? The shadow in Principal Li's heart was enough to cover the entire continent. If there's anything you don't understand in the future, whether it's life, love, or anything else, you can come and find me. It's fate that brought us together today. We'll be a family from now on. I'll definitely do my best to tell you everything I know. Yes, I have to emphasize something here. Regarding the cost, I was too embarrassed to mention it, but fortune-telling is also known as fortune-telling. Giving it to you for free is like giving your life away. It's not a good idea. So, if you come and find me for anything, we'll just charge based on your family situation. No credit. That's not good for either of us. Everyone understands, right? Zhua Xiaoduo's face was not red nor was he out of breath. He was calm and composed as he spoke frankly with assurance. Actually, everyone can see that I'm a person with extraordinary talent. I'm a responsible person. I even know how to read faces. On the rostrum, Li Chongjiang turned off Zhua Xiaoduo's microphone and said loudly into his own microphone, "Next, we'll proceed to the third segment. Students, please come up to the stage to receive your prize." It was a pity that he turned off the microphone too late. Most of the audience had already believed him. In Phoenix City, no one dared to use He Yuanyue's name as a joke, especially under the premise that He Yuanyue herself was present at the scene. It seemed that this was Xiaoduo's real ability. In Yuanyue's, many were already planning started making plans. Perhaps they were just to seek to give them a look, or even to seek help them feel at ease. If they wanted to ask for good or ill luck, the old principal would naturally be their first choice. However, they definitely wouldn't dare to look for the old principal. The old principal's body was very weak. If they were to disturb her seeking for peace of mind, the people from Second High would definitely beat them to death. However, it was different to look for this Zhua Xiaoduo. He said that they could look for him as long as they paid him. Well, this matter could be settled. It just so happens that I haven't been feeling too good recently. Amidst the passionate music, Zhua Xiaoduo, Long Yuxing, and the others received their prizes. Thanks to Zhua Xiaoduo, Long Yuxing and the other four received a scholarship of 5,000 star dollars each. This result made Zhua Xiaoduo very envious. These kids actually received more than me combined. And it's so much more. Zhua Xiaoduo was very worried. Long Yuxing and the others are still kids. Will they be safe with so much money? Will they spend it recklessly? Will they learn bad things? Master Zhua thought for a long time. He felt that this money was the most reassuring in his own hands. However, they probably wouldn't give it to him. What should he do? It seemed that he had to come up with a good idea. After the competition, the school held a banquet and invited all the parents who were present. Zhua Chonglu and Wu Yuding were naturally the first guests of honor. As for Zhua Xiaonian, she excused herself by saying that she had something to do. During the banquet, Li Chongjiang apologized again and again. Zhua Chonglu and Wu Yuding were very happy and gratified. They didn't care about these things and just laughed it off. Zhua Xiaoduo and the others didn't receive such treatment at the banquet. They were all brought back by Qin Fangyang and trained for the whole morning. Then, they practiced together. The Zhuoxiao duo card cheat device came into play again. The 5 of them benefited at the same time. However, what surprised Qin Fangyang was that the one who improved the most was Li Chenglong. One had to know that Li Chenglong had shown a momentum of improvement over the past few days. In yesterday's sparring session, Li Chenglong had almost defeated Li Zhongming. This situation made Li Changming and the others nervous. They practiced even harder. In the afternoon, Zhuoxiao duo followed Qin Fangyang to He Yuanyue's office as usual. As soon as they entered, they saw He Yuanyue's bitter face. "You little monkey." Sigh. Seeing how miserable his beloved was, Qin Fangyang naturally slapped the back of Zhuoxiao's head without saying a word. "Who asked you to mess around?" Zhuoxiao duo, who knew the truth behind Qin Fangyang's actions, was speechless. "Teacher Qin has been slapping me recently, and it's getting easier and easier for him." During today's practice of hidden weapons, Sister Lan started to fight back. As long as Zhuoxiao's hidden weapons were not fast enough or accurate enough, he would be beaten until he couldn't get up. He Yuanyue had set up the aura observation technique very strictly for the last lesson before school ended. Even though Zhuoxiao duo could remember everything he saw and heard, his comprehension ability had not reached the level of knowing everything just by listening. In the end, Sister Lan attacked again. She called it mind cleansing. Sister Lan's mind cleansing was simple and crude. She created a big basin of ice and sealed Zhuoxiao's cultivation. If he was slow in understanding, he would be pressed into the basin to wake up. When school was over, the old principal asked Zhuoxiao duo to use the aura observation technique to check the weather of the trees in second high. "Oh God, oh Earth, I've only learned it for 2 days. Help!" Zhuoxiao duo wailed in his heart. In the end, he couldn't see anything. Oh, it wasn't that he couldn't see anything. Zhuoxiao duo could only see one thing, green and full of vitality. However, this thought was met with a harsh reprimand from Sister Lan. "How dare you say something that even an ordinary person can tell?" When Zhuoxiao duo was dragged out by Qin Fangyang, Long Yuxing and the others felt as if they had eaten ice cream on a hot day. It was so comfortable. Now, Zhuoxiao duo was a huge swollen ball. He was twice as miserable as Li Chenglong. Seeing Zhuoxiao duo come out swollen like a rubber ball, Long Yuxing and the others beamed with joy and surrounded him. "Teacher Qin, who is this person? He's so round and chubby. It's quite pleasant. This is the real swollen ball." "Oh." The few of them laughed like geese. Zhuoxiao duo was weak and his eyes were fierce. "Just you wait. We'll meet again. See you in the martial arts world." "TSK, meet what? Even if we don't wait, do you think you won't beat us up tomorrow? In life, the most important thing is to have fun." Wan Lixiu wrinkled her nose. "We're already like this. Do you think we'll be afraid of you?" As she spoke, she stretched out her foot and kicked Zhuoxiao's swollen shoulder. "It's so swollen here. Ouch, okay. Just you wait." Zhuoxiao duo was extremely sad and angry. Today, a dragon in the shallows would be teased by shrimps. A tiger in the plains would be bullied by dogs. Master Zhuo would remember this. When Zhuoxiao duo returned to the classroom to heal his injuries, Long Yuxing and the others had already left. Zhuoxiao duo returned home unhappily. Another expected and reasonable battle was waiting for him in full battle array. Zhuo Chonglu, Wu Yuding, and Zhuo Xiaoyan were all there, waiting for Zhuoxiao duo to come home. After a round of miserable mixed doubles and a trio's accompaniment, the two of them went on for a while. Yes, a combined beating. It was on as scheduled. Although Zhuoxiao duo knew that he was in the wrong, he still cried out miserably and pretended to be beaten to death to get through it. After the beating, it was time to call it a day. I beat you up because of the embarrassment you caused today. This is something that must be done. But after the beating, it's over. Next, we'll celebrate for you and praise you. Sua Zhonglu was all smiles as he slapped the table. Someone, serve the dishes. Yes, sir. Wu Yuding and Zhou Xiaoyan answered in unison, fully demonstrating Zhou Chonglu's superior position as the head of the family. The mother and daughter duo brought out the dishes from the kitchen one by one like ants moving house. There was a dazzling array of dishes that filled the big round table. After this table, there's another table in the kitchen, Wu Yuding said. Awesome. Zhou Xiao duo was about to eat. Wait. Zhou Chonglu slapped the table again. Serve the wine. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. What? Cough. Zhou Chonglu immediately stood up. I'll get it myself. Zhou Chonglu's momentum was gone. He was cool for less than 2 minutes. I'm not accepting the award for you or skipping a grade for you. I'm just proud of your responsibility today and the bow you gave to your parents in front of everyone. Zhou Chonglu sighed. Son, you've grown up. What I'm most proud of today is that my son has grown into a man who can stand up to the sky and face the wind and rain head on. This is the most worthy thing for our family to celebrate. Come, son, pour the wine and have a toast with me. Wu Yuding smiled as she poured wine and served food to the father and son. Her face was full of happiness and pride. She even asked Zhou Xiaoyan, is my son handsome today? Handsome. Zhou Xiaoyan giggled, her eyes sparkling. Thinking of Zhou Xiao's silent and desperate actions for her, the countdown in the diary, and the messy little words at the end, Zhou Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel moved. Humph, dog. That's great. Dear friends, I'm going to have a heat stroke. I'm sweating all over. So please subscribe to the recommendation tickets. In the afternoon, the leader will update. Chapter 117. In the evening, Zhou Xiao duo followed Zhou Xiaoyan to practice as usual, but this time, they went to a place a little further away. I'll be on duty in Wangjia town today. I'll practice hidden weapons with you in the middle of the night. Okay. Zhou Xiao duo couldn't help but get excited when he heard this. This was a mission that only advanced warriors could perform. He was getting to know it in advance. Well, you're on duty here. Zhou Xiao duo looked at the hillside in the middle of nowhere, confused. There was no one in this place. What was there to be on duty? There's someone in the nearby town. I suspect he's from the Umno Alliance. Zhou Xiaoyan looked at the lights in the distance and said, tonight, my master will go and test him again to see if he can confirm it. And this is the only way for them to fight. If there's really a problem, my master will lead that person here to fight. Do you understand now? The reason why I said this is the place to be on duty is because there's no one here. The fight between warriors is too harmful to ordinary people. Zhou Xiaoyan said, there's an unwritten rule in the current warrior world. Whether it's the Umno Alliance or the Astral Souls, we should try our best to avoid ordinary people when fighting. This is a kind of bottom line. Last time, when Teacher Qin and Headmaster Li were attacked in the downtown area, it was already considered a bottom line incident. That's why it became so serious. Zhou Xiaoyan said, Xiao duo, when you go out for missions in the future, it's inevitable that you'll have to fight with people. You must try your best to avoid hurting ordinary people. Because warriors, whether it's on our side or the Umno Alliance's side, most of their parents and families are still ordinary people. This is the bottom line that we have to protect together. Okay, I'll keep it in mind. Zhou Xiao duo nodded. You practice your hidden weapons first. I'll go to the side and watch. Sua Xiaoyan dodged. Sua Xiaoduo continued to cultivate according to the plan. In less than 5 minutes, he was exhausted. He then used the Jade of Astral Souls to quickly recover. Without waiting for Sua Xiaoyan to come over, he started again. I can't have a masseuse by my side all the time in the future. I have to get used to it and heal myself in the shortest time possible to recover my condition. It was already 2:00 in the morning, and the world was silent. It seems that we are free tonight. Sua Xiaoyan heaved a sigh of relief. He was about to ask Sua Xiaoduo to leave. Wait. Sua Xiaoduo frowned and looked into the distance. Using the faint starlight, he looked at the village that was completely covered in darkness. He used the aura-gazing technique that Yuanyua taught him and looked over. Vaguely, an indescribable aura was rapidly gathering. There was a faint black aura around it. An ominous aura was rising, surging, and brewing. Let's wait a little longer. I have a feeling that something is going to happen today. Sua Xiaoduo looked in that direction and said solemnly. The indescribable aura was rapidly surging and taking shape. It's starting. Sua Xiaoyan was stunned. Just as she was about to say something, she heard an explosion in the distance. Then, there was the sound of fighting. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose like a mushroom cloud. In the dust, 2 figures, one white and one green, were fighting fiercely like dragons circling each other. In the blink of an eye, they soared into the sky. Following that, the 2 of them quickly rushed towards Sua Xiaoduo and Sua Xiaoduo. Damn it! Sua Xiaoyan slowly pulled out her short sword and leaned behind a tree. Her pretty face was solemn and cold. Hide well. Okay. Sua Xiaoduo had cleverly hidden behind another tree opposite to Sua Xiaoyan's direction. He kept making a hole in the bark of the target tree and stuffed himself into it. Then, he made another hole on the left, right, and back to ensure that he could see the movements in all directions and react in time. After Sua Xiaoduo finished the arrangement, he still felt that it wasn't appropriate enough. He got some mud from the ground and cleaned up the small hole. He then used the bark that he had shaved off earlier to cover his face and body. Only then did he stop moving and hold his breath. He became one with the big tree as if he didn't exist. What I'm about to see is a real battle between masters. There won't be many opportunities to watch this kind of battle. I have to be careful. In order to be safe, he held a few small gourds tightly in his palm. But after thinking about it, he still felt that it was not safe. He put the small gourds in his left hand and held the dragon blood-flying dagger in his right hand. Don't think that I'm as timid as a mouse, trembling with fear. Perhaps the outcome of this battle will depend on me. But at this moment, I have to cheer for Master Move spiritually. The battle in the sky was like thunder and lightning. It moved horizontally all the way, and in a moment, it had come close. Mu Yanyan's clothes were as white as snow. Her long sword was unstoppable, like a flash of lightning across the sky. With an overwhelming advantage, she drove the opponent all the way away from the densely populated area of the village and rushed to the remote forest. The light of the long sword was dense and intertwined into a dense net in the air. The opponent was a middle-aged man in gray. He tried his best to resist and retreated quickly. At the same time, he shouted, "Master Mu, I'm really not a member of the Umno Alliance. Why did you suddenly attack me?" Mu Yanyan's pretty face was as cold as snow. "Chen Yuding, if I wasn't sure, do you think I would attack you?" "Evidence. What evidence do you have?" Mu Yanyan sneered. "I've been observing you for 9 days. I just want to ask you one thing. Where did the wound on your left shoulder come from?" "It's the wound you got when you were trying to kill Qin Fangyang that afternoon, right? And the man who came to you this afternoon has been captured by me." Mu Yanyan's momentum was like a rainbow. Chen Yuding, surrender yourself honestly, and you still have a chance to live. Otherwise, no one can save you. Chen Yuding said, this is a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. Mu Yanyan stopped talking, but the movement of the long sword was getting closer and closer. Gradually, it formed a complete light curtain. Chen Yuding, who was inside it, was more and more unable to resist. His cultivation was lower than Mu Yanyan's. Under the opponent's tyrannical attack, it was almost difficult for him to breathe. With a loud bang, Chen Yuding staggered and fell out in the air. In an instant, he had gone to the top of the hill. Chen Yuding's mouth overflowed with blood. Under the light of the sword, he looked as miserable as a ghost. Mu Yanyan, why do you have to push me so far? Chen Yuding shouted to the sky, if I, Chen Yuding, fight with my life, even you, Mu Yanyan, may not be able to escape unscathed. Why not leave a way out? We'll meet again in the future. I never thought that I could escape unscathed. You won't have a future. You can't escape today. Mu Yanyan's pretty face was cold. The spy of the Umno Alliance has actually reached the level of nascent soul. Chen Yuding, you really hid well. Chen Yuding looked up to the sky and roared. A white light suddenly lit up. It was a sword light, which rushed out with the speed of thunder and lightning. Mu Yanyan stood in the air. Her slim figure stood upright in the air. She clenched the hilt of the sword with both hands and chopped at the sword light without dodging. It was a head-on collision. It was an extreme confrontation without any tricks. With another bang, Chen Yuding fell down like a kite with a broken string. All the trees around him bent down neatly in all directions. Countless small trees even rolled up directly from the ground and flew out in disorder. Mu Yanyan's delicate body shook in the air and retreated 3 feet. Then she jumped down again and chased after him. At this time, a sharp whistling sound broke through the air. 2 lights, one on the left and one on the right, suddenly appeared from the sky and attacked Mu Yanyan together. Mu Yanyan let out a clear cry. Her delicate body spun rapidly in the air and the fan-like sword light sprinkled out. With 2 clangs, the 3 people floated away in 3 directions. I've been waiting for you. The long sword in Mu Yanyan's hand shook slightly and her feet suddenly moved. Looking from Swishaodua's position, he saw that when Mu Yanyan took a step, starlight suddenly flashed. It seemed that all the starlight in the sky had gathered under Mu Yanyan's feet. She was like walking in the starry sky, shining brilliantly. Mu Yanyan's whole body moved with the starlight. Like the starlight flashing, she moved at a high speed. With 1 person and 1 sword, she killed the 2 enemies in a hurry and they fell to the ground. It turns out that this is the correct way to use the starry sky steps. It's so exquisite. Swishaoduo was beaming with joy as he watched. At this time, another sword light rose from the ground and rushed to the sky. It was Chen Yuding, who had been seriously injured, struggling to use his sword. He was very clear that if his 2 companions couldn't kill Mu Yanyan, with his current injury, even if he took the opportunity to escape, he couldn't escape far. Sooner or later, he would fall into Mu Yanyan's hands. Instead of this, it was better to fight with all his strength when the reinforcements came. Therefore, the 4 nascent soul masters fought fiercely in the air. The strong wind brought by the sword chi, the palm wind, and the fist force blew the trees on the left side of the hillside and made them bend down. Mu Yanyan's sword light flashed with unprecedented power. The whole sky had no other color. It was all reflected by the sword light in her hand and the starlight under her feet. Her slim body waved her sword in the night sky, but it seemed to light up the whole night sky. With only 1 person and 1 sword, she suppressed the 3 masters of the enemy and gained the overall advantage. At this time, the other two enemies couldn't help but complain in their hearts. This Chen Yuding, he really tricked them. In the past, they reported that Mu Yanyan was only at the high stage of nascent soul. Although she was tyrannical, they could defeat her with the help of 3 nascent soul masters. But now it seemed that her strength was limited to this. They were going to be fucking tricked by Chen Yuding. In terms of the combat power shown by Mu Yanyan, she was at least at the peak of nascent soul. And it was not the ordinary peak, but the kind that had crossed half a step into the peak of nascent soul. How could they fight? Such a gap had already appeared, the suppression of the realm. In the current situation, not only could the 3 of them not kill Mu Yanyan and save Chen Yuding, but even the 2 of them would be trapped. It's really bad luck. Chapter 118. The 3 of them roared again and again, trying their best to attack. However, their eyes flickered. They were just attacking instead of defending, hoping to temporarily break through Mu Yanyan's dense sword light and escape. If there was a gap, the 3 of them could scatter and escape. The first and the second one might not be able to escape Mu Yanyan's pursuit, but there was still some hope for the third one. As for who the third one would be, it could only depend on luck. It was the textbook interpretation that was most suitable for this moment. When one side's morale was destroyed, the other side's power naturally increased. Mu Yanyan became braver as she fought. Her white shadow flashed and the starlight shone. The sword light was like a dragon soaring in the sky. Endless light rain fell, forcing the 3 opponents to become more and more flustered. It turns out that Master Mu is so strong. Sua Xiao Duo sucked in a breath of cold air. Looks like it's not as easy as just waving her hand for me to bungee jump. I can't say anything bad about her in the future. She might really hear it. Sua Xiaonian stood quietly under the tree with a dagger in his hand, ready to strike. At this moment, her whole body's aura had been hidden, and her star-like eyes were closely watching the battle in the sky. Now that Mu Yanyan had the upper hand, she naturally didn't need to fight. She had to be so vigilant in case of accidents. Mu Yanyan's sword was faster than the previous one, and gradually turned the advantage into victory. She only needed to wait for the victory to expand again and completely overwhelm the opponents, and then it would become a complete victory. The so-called overwhelming victory referred to that Mu Yanyan didn't need to pay any price to win and kill all 3 of the opponents in one fell swoop. What Mu Yanyan had to do now was to try her best to squeeze the opponent's strength while trying to avoid being hurt. As far as the current situation was concerned, she had absolute confidence. None of the 3 of them would be able to escape. The 3 people in the air had been in a flurry and panicked. No matter how hard they struggled, it was useless. The most terrible thing was that they were shocked to find that with Mu Yanyan's sword net layer by layer, they were even losing the chance to self-explode. At the moment when they realized this, the 3 of them let out a long roar. Mu Yanyan's face turned cold, and suddenly increased her strength by 30%. You have helpers. Soul-stealing sword. The sword light, which was already extremely brilliant, once again soared. Amidst the sword rain that filled the sky, 3 sword lights shot out with unparalleled momentum. The 3 of them had no room to dodge at all. They were struck in the chest at the same time. They screamed and retreated, blood spurting out. Mu Yanyan's pretty face remained unchanged, and the sword light filled the sky again. She wanted to use the least amount of effort to take down the 3 of them, but the 3 of them had given her a warning. It was obvious that there were other Umno Alliance members hiding nearby. In order to avoid any more changes, she had to end the battle quickly. Amidst the rain of swords, another 3 beams of sword light shot out. One of the 3 was hit in the forehead and immediately fell down with a scream. The other was hit in the chest and was also seriously injured. Chen Yuding was not much better. He was hit in the abdomen and his dantian was penetrated. His whole body fell down like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, he violently vomited blood, which splattered across the sky. At this moment, a black shadow silently appeared in the air. The black shadow was shrouded in a black cloak, like a huge bat spreading its wings. With a flick of its long sleeves, it confronted Mu Yanyan's sword light head-on. With a loud bang, the two of them retreated at the same time. Immediately afterward, endless black haze suddenly filled the air, and instantly covered the whole world. A long cry sounded, "Go!" The black shadow shook its cloak, rushed up, and strongly entangled Mu Yanyan. The cultivation displayed by this black shadow was not inferior to Mu Yanyan's at all. The three of them who fell to the dust staggered. They were all seriously injured after being hit by two swords. They lost at least 70% of their lives, but they finally got rid of Mu Yanyan's death pursuit for the time being. They struggled to stand up, completely ignoring the blood flowing from their bodies, and staggered down the hillside. However, the three of them had just taken a few steps when they suddenly felt an overwhelming cold air. On the ground of the hillside, a layer of white frost appeared out of thin air. It should be known that it was summer now. This kind of change was no different from frost in June. How could the three of them not know that there was another enemy attack? They trembled at the same time, and then they saw a sword light coming from behind a tree, like a flash of lightning. In a blink of an eye, the sword light was divided into three, and attacked the three of them at the same time. The person's sword light was fierce, but it gave people the feeling that it was more like a fairy in heaven suddenly descending. Every move was ethereal and extraordinary. Spiritual thought goddess. The three of them exclaimed at the same time. According to the information collected by the Umno Alliance, this spiritual thought goddess was Mu Yanyan's disciple. She was so talented that she could be called a peerless genius. As long as she made a move, any move, as long as it was used by her, it would add a bit of ethereal fairy aura out of thin air, which was a wonder. However, there was a legend in the cultivation world that anyone with such temperament was very likely to be a powerful person or the reincarnation of an ancient fairy. Therefore, this spiritual thought goddess had always been one of the important targets that the Umno Alliance wanted to target. Her priority was even higher than Mu Yanyan. It was just that they had never confirmed her true identity. And this legendary figure, when the three of them were at the end of the road, they actually met her. Seeing that they were about to die again, the three of them moved at the same time. They rolled together, but they moved separately. They also mobilized all the remaining pneuma in their bodies. This was the last pneuma used to save their lives. Once this pneuma was leaked, their lives would most likely be in danger. But if they didn't use it now, they would probably be beheaded by the spiritual thought goddess. The three of them naturally knew which was more important. Bang, bang, bang. The three sword lights fiercely collided with the three people's weapons, making a harsh roar. In the surrounding tens of feet, the grass neatly fell in all directions. After a few muffled groans, the three of them spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. They were shocked. This spiritual thought goddess was actually so terrifying. According to the legend, the spiritual thought goddess had not broken through to the elixir realm. The three of them were in the nascent soul realm. Although they were seriously injured and dying, they were definitely not comparable to an ordinary elixir realm cultivator. And this spiritual thought goddess could actually fight against the three of them and make them spit out blood at the same time. This kind of cultivation was simply incredible. Let's fight for our lives. Chen Yuding roared loudly, looking very tragic. Determination flashed in the eyes of the other two at the same time, attacking at the same time without any regard for their own safety. Once the three of them fought for their lives at the same time, Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel the pressure on her side increase dramatically. Although she was a rare genius who had reached an extremely high realm at a young age and could be said to be one of a kind among her peers, she was still only at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm, half a step to the primordial elixir realm. She was a full 2 realms away from the nascent soul realm. Although her opponents were seriously injured and dying, with less than 100% of their strength left, the 3 of them joined forces and fought back fiercely. It was still beyond the limit of what Sui Xiaoyan could handle. While Sui Xiaoyan tried her best to resist, she started to move around. Although it was impossible to fight head-on, the 3 of them were already spent. Until the last moment, when the 3 of them were exhausted, the situation of the battle would change again and there would be no turning back. It was unknown when a long ribbon appeared in Sui Xiaoyan's hand. She used it to increase the distance between the 3 of them. Using softness to change the strength, she eliminated the momentum. She walked, stuck, and unloaded the moves that changed the strength of the 3 of them to dissipate the strength that they had left. The 3 of them were injured in many places, and it was difficult for them to walk. One of them had even injured his Dantian Qi Si. Blood was flowing out like a stream. Almost every moment, a large amount of blood was flowing out. It was obvious that they wouldn't be able to last long. Sui Xiaoyan didn't relax at all from the beginning to the end. She attacked with killing moves and didn't give them any chance to breathe, let alone the time to bandage their wounds. The 3 of them gradually exhausted their last bit of vital qi. They kept using bad moves and were getting more and more embarrassed. It seemed that they were completely out of energy and were about to run out of energy. In the air, the man in black saw this from afar. He couldn't help but be angry. He shouted strangely, "Little bitch, you've ruined my plans. Die!" With a shake of his hand, 3 streaks of black light flew out rapidly. Sui Xiaoyan's eyes and ears were alert. When she saw the black light shooting towards her, she hurriedly dodged. Originally, there was quite a distance between them, and even though the black-clothed man's strength was far superior to Sui Xiaoyan's, and the black light was fast, Sui Xiaoyan still had plenty of room to dodge, but just as Sui Xiaoyan dodged to the side, thinking that the black light would attack again, he saw the black light turn around and shoot at him again, like a shadow following him. This time, the distance was close, and with the sudden change, Sui Xiaoyan had no time to dodge, and was forced to use his dagger to block. Immediately, the dagger buzzed and his face turned pale. The opponent's cultivation was too high. With just one attack, Sui Xiaoyan was already having a hard time dealing with it. However, after the black light and the short sword collided, the black light was deflected. It circled in the air again and collided with each other in the air. Unexpectedly, it turned around and flew back again. Sui Xiaoyan's expression was unprecedentedly serious. What kind of hidden weapon was this? How could it be so powerful? The 3 people couldn't hold on any longer. They all collapsed on the ground and panted. They hurriedly treated their wounds. This time, they were really exhausted. High in the sky, the clouds were surging. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The wind was so strong that it was almost impossible to stand up. Chen Yuding leaned against a tree. He looked exhausted. He hurriedly took out a strip of cloth to bandage his wounds. It affected his internal organs. He spat out another mouthful of blood. He only felt that his internal organs were burning. He almost fainted on the spot. But at this moment, how could he faint? He struggled to unwrap the cloth. At the same time, he trembled and opened the pill bottle. When he was about to take the pill, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. A cold weapon had been stabbed into his back. Chen Yuding only felt that the little bit of strength left in his body was sucked away by a black hole. He immediately let out a scream. The other 2 people were not far away from him. At this moment, they were struggling to treat their wounds. They saw Chen Yuding, who was leaning against the tree, suddenly scream and his body suddenly straightened up. His eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground without making a sound. He was dead. Both of them were experienced cultivators. How could they not understand the difference between a living person and a dead person? He was alive just a moment ago. How could he suddenly die? Seeing this, both of them were shocked. Could it be that his injuries were too serious and he suddenly broke out? Chapter 119. If not, could it be that the enemy had other people lying in ambush? But there were no other enemies around. One of them struggled to move his body, took a few steps towards this side, and looked behind him cautiously. The spiritual perception goddess was being restrained by the boss's black light. Now, 3 black lights had fallen and were circling around. It was impossible for her to rush over in a short time. After confirming the situation, the man looked down at Chen Yuding with relief. However, at this time, a red light suddenly rushed out of the tree in front of him and stabbed into the man's forehead. It was a pity that although the red light penetrated the bone, the injury was not fatal. It was probably because the strength of the person who made the move was not strong enough to break through the vitality protection of the nascent soul cultivator, even if he was already at the end of his rope. However, the eyes of the person who was hit suddenly bulged, showing an extremely shocked look up because he clearly felt it. As the red light pierced into his forehead, the injury was not high, and it was just breaking the skin and entering the flesh, but his remaining strength was actually absorbed by the red light in an instant. He stared and only had time to say one word. South. Then, he collapsed with a loud bang and breathed his last. Seeing this scene, the third person was almost scared out of his wits, and he was horrified to death. 2 of his companions died silently, and there must be an ambush nearby. He was about to stand up and run away, but unfortunately, the Zhuxiaonian on the other side shouted, and 3 black lights flew out in 3 directions. The Zhuxiaonian flew over with her sword, and the short sword flew out of her hand, nailing the last person to the ground. Mu Yanyan was trying her best to contain the gray-robed man in the sky, and she had no time to care about the battle below. She glanced at the scene of the Zhuxiaonian killing a person with her flying sword, and she was very satisfied. Ha ha ha. The gray-robed man laughed. You are indeed the spiritual perception goddess. You are only a half-step primordial core cultivator, but you can break my 3-star chain attack. You are really amazing. Then he blasted out 3 more palms in a row, and said lightly, Mu Yanyan, do you still want to fight? Mu Yanyan stepped back in the air. Her white sleeves flicked to dissolve the 3 consecutive palms. She also said lightly, if you want to continue, I will be happy to accompany you. But can the Umno Alliance afford such a loss? The gray-robed man laughed. Is your Kunlun Dao sect able to afford such a loss? Amidst his loud laughter, the black cloak behind him fluttered once again. His entire body soared into the sky like a large bat and sped away. Mu Yanyan shouted from behind, although I know you won't say it, I still have to ask. Do you dare to leave your name? The gray-robed man only left behind a string of long laughter, and instantly disappeared without a trace. Mu Yanyan floated down and confirmed the surroundings. She couldn't help but gasp. No wonder that person left. It turned out that the 3 of them were already dead. With no one alive, the hidden danger was gone. There was indeed no need to continue fighting. It seems that this person's cultivation is above mine. Mu Yanyan's heart shook. She was only able to confirm that one of them had died and thought that the other 2 had escaped. It turned out that all 3 of them had died here. How did these 2 people die? Mu Yanyan looked at the 2 people under the tree and was very surprised. One was stabbed in the back, and the other in the forehead. Neither of them were fatal wounds. I was hiding in the tree hole. Sua Xiaoduo trembled as he walked out. Then they leaned against the tree trunk. I directly attacked from the tree. I didn't expect them to die. Mu Yanyan heard this and felt that she understood. Previously, these three people had already been severely injured by her and were not far from death. In addition, Sua Xiaoyan's strong surprise attack had consumed the remaining primordial qi of the three people, and their injuries were even more serious. At this moment, they were stabbed by Sua Xiaoduo. Even if their injuries were not fatal, they were still very serious. It was not surprising that these two people's injuries were even more serious. It was not surprising that they died. On the contrary, the person who was killed by Sua Xiaoyan should be the one with the lighter injuries among the three, which was why he needed Sua Xiaoyan to kill him. Xiaoduo did a good job. Mu Yanyan praised. In the face of strong people who are far stronger than you, you still dare to attack. This courage is already better than others. Really good. Sua Xiaoduo said obediently, it's all thanks to Miss Mu's good teaching. Mu Yanyan's face darkened. I didn't teach you how to kick the crotch. Sua Xiaoduo said dryly, Miss Mu. Actually, there were too many people on that day, and I was outnumbered. Under the premise that I was not strong enough, I could only use the most effective way to attack other places. It was difficult to have an immediate effect, and I was not strong enough. Mu Yanyan's heart suddenly softened. She touched Sua Xiaoduo's head and said, don't do that in the future. It's too embarrassing. I definitely won't do it in the future. Sua Xiaoduo said seriously, if they were to fight me one-on-one, I would be able to play them to death just by using the starry sky steps. Why would I need to use such an underhanded method? I also know it's embarrassing, but I had to do it. Mu Yanyan felt gratified when she heard that. She sighed that this kid was still a good kid who knew what was right and what was not. You can go back. Mu Yanyan said, I have to go back and hand in the task. Find me tomorrow to get your reward. Sua Xiaoyan's face was still a little pale. She said, yes, master. Mu Yanyan waved her hand, and a bottle of elixirs fell into Sua Xiaoyan's hand. She said, the black-clothed man's 3 stars chain attack was special and powerful. You should be proud that you could escape unscathed. Take care of yourself later. She picked up the 3 corpses and flew away. Sua Xiaoyan took a breath. When she was about to pull Sua Xiaoduo back, she saw that Sua Xiaoduo's face was strange. What's wrong? No, nothing. Let's go. After Mu Yanyan left with the corpses, she found that the weight of the 3 corpses was not right. Why were they so light? And the kid just now seemed to be hiding something. Next time I see him, I must not be fooled by his cleverness. I will beat him up first. This little bastard was obviously hiding something in his words. He said that he was outnumbered, so he could only use this most effective way to attack. This sentence sounded fine, but when she thought about it carefully, it was still nonsense. Didn't he mean that in the future, when he encountered a situation that he could not deal with, he would still use this most effective way to attack? Thinking of this, Mu Yanyan was furious. She was fooled by this little bastard on the spot. She sent the corpses all the way to Shield. Jiang Zhangbin came out to see the corpses, and several masters of Shield also gathered together. This is not right. Ms. Mu. They frowned together. What's wrong? You have killed these 2 for several days, right? Jiang Zhangbin pointed to Qin Yuding's corpses. Their bones are a little soft. I just killed them. Mu Yanyan's heart skipped a beat. When she looked down, she saw that the 2 corpses were indeed loose. Their muscles had lost their elasticity, and even their bones were a little loose. Some joints even began to rot and break. What's going on? Mu Yanyan was puzzled. This is not right. They don't look like they were just killed. One of the masters of S.H.I.E.L.D. pointed to the fingers of Chin Yuting and another master of No Alliance. This is clearly... Cough, cough. Jiang Zhangbin glanced at him and laughed heartily. Ms. Mu, you have worked hard to eradicate 3 enemy spies in one fell swoop. Thank you for your hard work. Take out the reward. Jiang Zhangbin ordered. Mu Yanyan was still full of doubts until she left. She couldn't figure it out. They had just died. How could they become like that? It was as if they had been sucked dry by some insidious method. But how could this be? She had been fighting with them just now and had seriously injured 3 of them. Then she was killed by Xiao Duo with 1 strike. Little Duo, that child, was the most honest and honest. Furthermore, he had never cultivated any sinister techniques before that I can absolutely guarantee this. If that was the case, then this matter was truly strange. Her mind was full of this matter, and she didn't notice what the other master of S.H.I.E.L.D. said at all. Stupid. After Mu Yanyan left, Jiang Zhangbin said angrily, don't you know the rules? In the cultivation world, the spoils belong to whoever has them. Not to mention the fact that Teacher Mu had left us a ring. Are you still not satisfied? Do we have to give it all to you? Greedy. The master of S.H.I.E.L.D. looked embarrassed. I'm afraid that there is information in it. Now we lack the information in our hands. Information. What's the use of Ms. Mu keeping that stuff? She won't want it even if you give it to her for free. Won't she give it to us? Jiang Zhangbin was exasperated. You people are too short-sighted. Your eyes only see the storage ring. Can't you see anything else? Don't you think about it? Our duty is to protect the millions of people in Phoenix City. It's not to get rich. Fortunately, I stopped you just now. Chapter 120. Sui Xiaoyan and her brother quietly returned home. Don't worry, follow me. Sui Xiaoyan was about to go back to her room to rest, but Sui Xiaoduo took her hand and pulled her sneakily into his room. Sui Xiaoyan struggled for a while, and then followed Sui Xiaoduo into the room. In the master bedroom, Doggy pulled the cat in again. Sigh, don't worry about it. With little Duo's current cultivation. What do you mean? What if Nian doesn't resist? It's not that I'm looking down on Doggy, but even if he has 10,000 guts, he won't dare. I know he won't dare, but what if Nian takes the initiative? No way. That's hard to say. Can't you see Nian feelings for Xiao Duo? I can see it, but Nian won't be so reckless, right? Well, Nian knows what's important. Maybe I'm thinking too much. What's the matter? Sui Xiaoyan was a little surprised by Xiao Duo's sneakiness. Her internal organs were severely shaken when she fought against the dark light hidden weapon. Although she didn't suffer any internal injuries, she still needed to recuperate. Heal yourself first. I'll tell you after you're healed. Don't worry, it's a good thing. Sui Xiaoduo winked, looking pleased with himself. 15 minutes later. Sui Xiaoyan let out a long sigh. After 3 elixirs, for jade of astral souls turned into powder. Her face regained its color, and her breath returned to normal. Okay. Tell me. Look, what's this? Sui Xiaoduo sneakily took it out from his pocket. Storage ring. 2. Sui Xiaoyan exclaimed. Quiet down, you silly sister. Sui Xiaoduo chuckled, these are from the hands of the 2 people I killed. I saw that they were dead, so I took them. These are real trophies. This was really convenient. Sui Xiaoduo didn't even come out of the tree hole. Instead, he reached out his hand from the small hole he had dug and rubbed each of them. 2 rings were successfully obtained. After that, Mu Yanyan flew down from the sky, and Zhuo Duo came out of the tree hole. Mu Yanyan didn't suspect anything. Zhuo Duo didn't have the time to commit the crime. After all, not everyone would wear a high-grade item like a storage ring. Please open it and take a look. Zhuo Duo couldn't wait to urge, "This is our private property." Halfway through, he received a supercilious look and hurriedly corrected himself. "Alright, I'll try. The original owner is already dead, so the remnant psyche shouldn't be that strong." Zhuo held it in his hand and circulated his psyche to send it out. After trying for almost an hour, he finally managed to open one of them. With a crash, a pile of messy things fell on Zhuo's bed. A few bottles of elixirs, a pile of jade of astral souls, hundreds of thousands in cash, and a book. Breath-holding technique. The elixirs are yours, the jade of astral souls is yours, the cash is mine, and this book is both of ours. Zhuo Duo immediately began to divide the loot. Zhuo checked the bottles of elixirs one by one and nodded in disappointment. These elixirs are of good quality, but they are all for nourishing the divine soul. You haven't reached the innate realm, so you don't need them at all. I'll keep them for you until you reach the innate realm. As for the jade of astral souls, there are only 200 pieces in total. I'll take these 2 pieces of high-grade ones, and you can have the rest of the middle-grade ones. Zhuo's face was as bright as a flower. He counted the points one by one and couldn't close his mouth. Ha ha ha. A man can't be rich without a windfall. A horse can't be fat without feeding at night. This is really. He. This money. It's not much. Let me see, 160,000. Alright, I'll leave you 10,000. And the remaining 150,000 is mine. Zhuo put the $150,000 into his ring and collected the rest of the items. We can practice the breath-holding technique together. It's useful. Zhuo Duo, who was counting the jade of astral souls, was stunned. Both of his hands stopped moving. What did she mean? 160,000. She only gave me 10,000. What happened to dividing the loot? How could she divide it like this? I don't lack the jade of astral souls now, what I lack is money. Zhuo continued to open another ring. The loot this time is not bad. There are many pills that you can use. These few bottles can increase cultivation, and these 2 bottles can strengthen the body. I'll take this bottle that can nourish the soul first. These jade of astral souls are quite big. I'll send it to my father's shop tomorrow. It's hard to withdraw money from these 2 people's bank cards. I'll destroy them later. You won't be able to use these 2 rings in a short time. I'll keep them for you. These jade of astral souls are all yours. This guy is so poor. He only has less than 100 pieces of astral souls jade. How dare he call himself a nascent soul cultivator? Alright, I'll take all the 450,000 in cash. You don't have much use for the money. Zhuo took another 450,000. I have use for it. I have a lot of use for the money. Zhuo's eyes were green with envy. He finally couldn't help but argue. A total of 610,000 dead people's money. You only gave me 10,000. This is my profit. How can you be like this? What use? Zhuo snorted. What do you mean I didn't buy it for you? What use do you have for the money? Even the hidden weapons were provided by me. You don't smoke or drink. What use do you have for the money? I have use for it anyway. Huff, huff, huff. Are you planning to keep the money to flirt with girls? Sure enough, men become bad when they have money. Dad said you're a man now, so. Sui Xiaoyan stretched out her hand and took away the 10,000 from Sui Xiaoduo's hand. 10,000 is too much. I'll leave you with 1,000. Sui Xiaoduo was stunned. Sui Xiaoyan waved her hand and put away all the money she took. She turned around and walked to the door. She looked back and said sweetly, "Good night, doggy." Sui Xiaoduo was left stunned with a thin stack of money in his hand. I only said one sentence. And 10,000 turned into 1,000. This money depreciated too fast. Hey, you're the one who kept everything for me. He remembered Sui Xiaoyan's catchphrase, "I'll keep everything for you." Sui Xiaoduo wanted to cry but had no tears. I'm a man. What's wrong with a man having some money? What's wrong with that? Is it illegal? How did I become bad? How am I bad? Sui Xiaoduo beat his chest and stamped his feet. He was extremely angry. What's wrong with a man having some money? What's wrong with this world? Sui Xiaoyan left. After a long time, Sui Xiaoduo looked at the closed door. His eyes were a little gloomy. A moment later, stealthily, he took out the throwing knife. The throwing knife given by Uncle Nan. There was no hope for money. Let's take a look at the knife. Even though he was the only one in the room, his movements were still so careful and meticulous. For the past few days, this knife had been hidden in his arms. It was just that he didn't feel anything special when it was separated by a leather sheath. But today, when he took it out, he felt that the throwing knife seemed to contain endless power when he used it slightly. Just after touching it for a moment, there were already traces of power entering his body and benefiting him. Previously, when he held the throwing knife in his hand and directly stabbed Qin Yuding in the back, this feeling was even more obvious. When the throwing knife entered Qin Yuding's body, Sui Xiaoduo could even clearly feel that Qin Yuding, who was seriously injured, didn't have much power left in his body, but it was still considerable. And this last bit of power was absorbed by the throwing knife at the moment when it was stabbed. And this was the real reason for Qin Yuding's quick death. For a strong man in the nascent soul stage like Qin Yuding, even if he was an arrow at the end of its flight, even if the knife went straight into his heart, it was impossible to kill him instantly. Not to mention that Sui Xiaoduo was only a martial master. His sneak attack could only break the skin and enter the flesh. It really couldn't hit the vital parts. But breaking the skin and entering the flesh was enough for the dragon blood flying knife. Qin Yuding, who was a nascent soul stage cultivator, didn't even have the chance to struggle and died instantly. Sui Xiaoduo killed 2 seriously injured nascent soul stage cultivators with 2 knives. In fact, the dragon blood flying knife ate 2 mouthfuls of flesh and then turned into a huge force contained in the throwing knife. Of course, the upper limit of the capacity of the throwing knife was unknown. But for Sui Xiaoduo, it was too much and beyond his imagination. Sui Xiaoduo was too familiar with the good habit of, if you don't pick it up when you go out, you'll throw it away. His follow-up actions were so smooth that he could control his power to take off the space ring first. Then Mu Yanyan came down. Sui Xiaoduo naturally put the dragon blood flying knife into the sheath. The whole set was natural and smooth, without the slightest flaw. This kind of divine object couldn't be seen by others. What if they took it away? Yes, Sui Xiaoduo now realized that the throwing knife given by Uncle Nan was not only a treasure, but also a divine weapon. After realizing this, Sui Xiaoduo couldn't help but be overjoyed, but he also became more cautious. Don't show off your wealth. I don't want others to know that I have a dime, let alone such a magical thing. If others know, they will definitely rob me. I've never used my own good things to test other people's bottom line. But I very much welcome others to test me with their good things. After thinking for a long time, Sua Xiao's mood turned to melancholy. Who would try to test me with something good? There are not many good people like Uncle Nan. Lifting the dragon blood flying knife and looking at it carefully, he saw that the thin bloodline inside seemed to have thickened a little. As long as he held the throwing knife in his hand, he could feel a trace of power pouring into his meridians, and it didn't affect his body at all. At the same time, he could absorb the chi of heaven and earth. Each had its own way and complemented each other. Hiss. Good stuff. Super good stuff. Sua Xiao Duo held the dragon blood flying knife in his hand and slowly ran the flaming Sun Sutra. Suddenly, he felt that the spiritual chi in his body was boiling. His whole body was like the sun, shining in all directions. The dragon blood flying knife in his hand seemed to respond to a stronger force. The abundant energy was extracted from the flying knife and slowly poured into his body. It's so hot, so manic. This morning, my wife asked me to find some fruit for her, so angry. How can a man do this? So I ran to the kitchen and grabbed the kitchen knife. My body shook and I shouted, if you make me do this again, I will chop you up. Then I chopped up a watermelon. My manliness is off the charts, so please subscribe to the recommendation tickets.